AI is good in finding patterns in big data sets.
To make air traffic management smarter, more sustainable and also safer.
By harnessing the power of AI, we can create more efficient and sustainable skies.
And develop a human-centric AI trustworthiness concept that will serve as a reference for the certification or approval of safety-related products.
Therefore, it can also be used for good and nefarious purposes.
Welcome to the 2023 Fly AI Forum, a chance to find out the latest developments, the latest challenges, and assess the transformational power of AI in our industry.
The answers are not easy, and Fly AI will be the right forum to discuss them.
Good morning and welcome to EUROCONTROL. It's fantastic to see so many of you here today. We're expecting still one or two more. But after these difficult COVID times, it's fantastic to see again the meeting rooms filling up with people, specifically quite a number of young people. This is really striking. My name is Paul Bosman, and together with Tony Liku, we will be your chairs, your hosts, and we'll try to entertain you and look after you as much as we can. Before we really start off, we also have a little safety video to show you in case of emergencies.
Welcome to EUROCONTROL. 3 things you need for a safe stay with us. We have one number for all emergencies. Call 99000 on any internal phone or 027299 if you use another telephone. If we need to evacuate, please follow the green exit signs and go to your designated assembly area outside. If you need medical assistance, our medical service is just next to the conference area. Thanks, and have a productive and safe meeting.
Okay, so again, in case of emergencies, run. Yeah, follow all the others. No, follow the green signs, etc. And again, if you have any other issue, any other question, etc., we're here to help you. We have a great support team for everybody. Yeah, so again, just let us know whatever you would need. Now, again, before we go further into the technical details and the why and the what, etc., of the forum, etc., I also would like to introduce to you Mr. Jacopo Priscinotti, the director of the network manager, who's going to give you a little introduction speech.
Thanks, Paul, and good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see so many people here. They just gave me a little bit of history about the event. It was a big event 4 years ago, and then COVID arrived, unfortunately, and there were 7 workshops which were done remotely with a lot of attendance. I see here numbers which were really big. And now again, it's really exciting. The next forum finally physically here with a room full. So first of all, very welcome. I wish you all the best for the work that you're going to do. On EUROCONTROL side, digital transformation and the artificial intelligence connected to it is, let's say, a fundamental must to evolve our industry. I think we all need to acknowledge that the aviation industry, because of the need of resilience, because of a lot of course, constraints for managing our work, is probably behind on a lot of industries that we have at global level already having faced this kind of journey. We need to, in a brave, robust, and very strong way, embrace the journey of digital transformation, accelerate our transformation. We are not champions of being fast in aviation. We need to become faster, and we absolutely need to deploy quickly the new model based on, of course, new architectures and so on and so forth, and vastly use artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is based on data. We have a huge amount of data, especially here in EUROCONTROL, that analyzed, used at best, would allow us to really perform better the services to aviation. So on EUROCONTROL side, we are trying to work hard in this direction. As you know, we have an important project, flagship project, which is called INM, which is really embracing this transformation. We're also working hard on our colleagues in the organization to develop culturally also this digital transformation. And again, today, and this type of event is an essential event to together grow and build on this strategy. Again, I strongly believe it is absolutely essential for aviation to develop and to grow, that we accelerate on this. You know very well that, and you will see, you're seeing it this summer, that aviation is growing and is going really fast. People want to fly, and even more after COVID, which is a good thing for aviation. But we need to capture the demand. We need to be able to support the demand. And we need to be able to support the management of all these trajectories flying on daily basis over Europe in the best way possible. And we need to rapidly evolve. You know, the infrastructure is saturated, will be saturated within the whole decade, and we need really to accelerate this work that we're doing together. And again, the Fly AI is the European initiative, which includes all the institutions, all the operational stakeholders. So I think with that, I would really warmly recommend to all of you guys to make best use of this day of work, and also really to embrace as ambassadors, all of you, this digital transformation journey. With that, I give it back to you, Paul, and I wish you guys all the best for the work that you're going to do today. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Jacopo, for that. And again, this really underlines why we're doing this. We don't do this for the, would say, technology pleasure of creating some cool applications, etc. And we're doing all this because we need more, really for operational reasons, technology improvements, etc. I wanted to go down with you a little bit down the history of what happened. I think it was 2018 that with then still the Director General Eamon Brennan, we organized all together the very first European Aviation AI high-level conference. I always found that a little bit pretentious in name, etc. But we had an astonishing 300-400 people in the room. I don't know how we did it. I think we packed them or stacked them even vertically, etc. But we started to get a first feel about what's happening left and right. That then led to the establishment of the AI high-level group, with participation from all the European institutions, really from the Commission, EASA, SDU, etc., as well as the operational stakeholders, as well as manufacturing industry. And with them, we wrote this first Fly AI report. I don't know if you still remember it. We finished it on the 5th of March, 2020. And wow, man, we were proud. And we were going to do a show like you had never seen before, telling the whole world. And we were about to press the button, inviting the whole world, basically, and again, showing you and explaining this AI report. And then, as you remember, 13th of March 2020, the big lockdown came, and we had to stall all our plans, etc. We then, after we sort of all had to see how to deal with lockdown and reorganize our private lives and our professional lives, etc. We set up with our comm team here some pretty impressive streaming capabilities, and together with all the stakeholders, we organized 7 Fly AI webinars. And many of you must have been there, because the most popular of those webinars accumulated up to 5,000 people. It was just astonishing to see so many people interested. Now, certainly the lockdown played a role in it. I'm sure people maybe, I would say, had a little bit less to do. But again, it was very good to see the interest that was created by these webinars from the whole European community altogether. Also, some other numbers. In 4 years ago, when we, or now 3 years ago, when we wrote that Fly AI report, we were really struggling to find already aviation AI applications. And if you look at that report, again, just Google it, and you will find it. We found 25 applications. Not only a few of them were getting towards operations, etc., but for the whole of European aviation, we found 25. Now, 3 years later, EUROCONTROL alone has more than 50, of which half of them are already operational and fully deployed. But also look what happened in the rest of the community. Look as well at what the European Commission is doing in terms of overall AI regulation. Look at what EASA is doing with their roadmap, with the guidance material, etc. Look at what EUROCAI is doing with the standardization activities. Look at what SDU is doing with really dozens of AI projects and initiatives, etc., which is really fantastic to see. So we thought it is therefore time now to become a bit more practical. And instead of doing more high-level conferences, etc., or writing reports, we thought it would be good to organize what we call a practitioners forum. A forum for really the people that are doing it or are managing directly the troops that are creating these different AI applications, etc. So therefore, again, it is a practitioners forum. We're gonna showcase with the whole community where we are standing, what is really happening, what are the challenges, yeah, what are the issues that we are being confronted with, share best practices, share lessons learned, do it here in the room, really ask your questions after the presentation, etc. Go and visit the stands. You may have seen already, we have quite a number of people that have kindly volunteered to showcase through the stands what they're doing, etc. But most importantly, talk to each other, ask your questions, share your best practices, your lessons learned, etc. And with that, I think we can really start the proceedings of the day. The first session that we have organized is on a series of applications on the ATM ATS field. We got 4 fantastic speakers. I'm very grateful for them to be here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Frank, you're the first one. Yeah, may I invite you here? And then we get the ball rolling.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. So it's a pleasure for me to have this first talk of today. So I guess I need to press a button and then hopefully something happens. Now it comes on the screen. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Frank Zetsche from DFS, German Air Navigation Services, and Head of Simulation and Research. And I'm happy to have the first talk here of today. So every event starts with a successful arrival, a hopefully punctual and safe arrival of the participants, of your arrival at Brussels Airport, train station, here at EUROCONTROL, or at the end in this building here, and this meeting room. And I hope you had a successful and very good arrival here. During the process of arriving here and the traveling to this place here, did you ever think about the possibility that AI may have influenced your process of getting here, may have improved your arrival experience or so? We don't know, probably we don't know if this was happening today, but I guess it will happen in the future by sure. And that is actually leading to my talk today, namely where we can apply artificial intelligence in ATC and ATS, and specifically for arrival management. So I just give you a short overview of what we are doing at DFS and developing, investigating on AI solutions for air traffic services. There are a lot. They are, let's say, accompanying the flight from departure to arrival. Also for the ground applications, we have something in line. But what I would like to focus on today is the machine learning based approach sequencing, the machine learning arrival management system we are currently developing and looking at. So where do we stand today? This shows you a typical approach display for a 2-runway airport. And what is the function the arrival manager system is bringing to the air traffic controllers? Many different controllers are working with that in approach and also in the ACC. So it assists them in arrival planning and execution. So mainly in sequence planning and also time estimate calculations. And you see here on the screen in the middle, this typical display for approach controllers. On the left-hand side for one runway and the right-hand side for the other runway. In the middle, the time ladder where these flights are planned to land. So the input of this planning is the main functions, as I told you, and usually and currently today, we and many other ANSPs are running arrival manager systems, are calculating the sequence and also the estimates with a rule-based approach, with algorithms rule-based, based on input data coming from the right, like surveillance data and flight plan data. So that is what we are doing today. It works pretty well. We have it for 4 airports in Germany, for instance, and there's potential to go for more. So what is the case to work on an artificial intelligence AMAN here? Just simply look at this chart. So this is from the AIP, and this is actually giving you the basic procedures for arrival. In this case, on the example of Düsseldorf Airport, and you see here the arrival chart for the runway 23 arrivals, which are shown here on the screen. Looks very simple, but this needs to be actually then put in algorithms together with additional internal procedures which are defined. But does this reflect the reality? Does this reflect the reality of arrival tracks in Düsseldorf? You can judge yourself. I think it does not reflect the reality. You can see here certainly the main pattern of the AIP chart. And I must say, on the right-hand side, you see both runway directions 23 and 05 overlaid, but in principle, you see there's a very large spread of arriving tracks. And of course, these tracks at the end should be the basis for your arrival management functions. And if you look at these data, then you can use them, and these are then used certainly for the basis of the machine learning AMAN we have developed. And here we have now realized the main functions with machine learning methods. The sequence calculation has been done with the binary classification. So looking at pairs of aircraft, how they sequence. And for the estimate calculation, we have put in place several methods, but the best method which turned out to give the best results was a gradient boosting algorithm at the end. So again, the input data are the same. So it's position data, flight plan data, and additional data. And this, of course, leads for the controller to a very similar display. The controller does not really know what is behind his display and his information. Is it machine learning? Is it the rule-based algorithms? At the end, the controller needs to judge also in simulations and in real world if this would work, if this is an improvement or not. But of course, we can test this beforehand, and we have some strong evidence that we are going here to improve the situation. So what we have done, so we have taken training data for Düsseldorf arrivals for 1 month. It's about 10,000 arriving flights. There is, for each of those flights, about 200 position radar updates, which are taken into account. We have a certain percentage of runway 05, runway 23 flights. And what is also important to know is that we have real big planning horizon of about 180 nautical miles. We have a little bit restrictions in collecting data. I'm coming back to that again, but it turned out that 1 month of data is already sufficient to train a good model. Then we tested this model with some other data, similar number of data, but a different runway, let's say, percentage. So that is also important to know in this case. What are the findings? So the findings for this kind of testing was that the classification of aircraft pairs, so that means the correct sequencing, had a success rate of 97% for the approach area, so within 50 nautical miles, for both runway directions. For the big area up to 180 nautical miles, the average then was a little bit smaller, about 91, 92%, but still a very good value and better than for the rule-based algorithm. What else did we find? So we also looked of the quality of the estimate calculation with various machine learning methods. And there we have many different, let's say, performance indicators. I just give you one, which gives you some idea how the improvement was processed. So if you look at this small table, so we are looking here at some RMS time error, and for the conventional, for the rule-based estimator, we have a certain value where I don't give a number, but just the reference TRMS. And when we look at, for instance, gradient boosting method, then we can improve the time calculation concerning RMS, so the uncertainty by 25%. The mean value is very close to 0, I should say. So the mean value is very well hit. So these are 2 examples of improvement when you look at the real data compared to doing sequencing and estimate calculation with fixed rule-based algorithms. Yes, so the key findings summarized for you. The arrival quality is better or equivalent than for the rule-based. It depends a little bit in which horizon you are looking, but it is really better. That means also sequencing and the time calculation. You can always test this with historical data. In earlier times, it was always necessary to run big simulations with controllers and to assess how this fits for them and for the working methods. But now the working methods are in the data itself. So how the controllers work in the approach, in the ACC sectors around it. And for instance, for Düsseldorf, you have 4 or 5 controllers at the end involved in this 180 nautical miles horizon. Then this is, let's say, contained within the data, and therefore you can take this knowledge out of the data itself. And thereby, we realize that also the amount of source code you need is strongly reduced. So that helps also in maintaining software and these things. Another important finding is, of course, if you want to set up a new arrival management system for another airport, it is possible if you collect, for instance, 1 month of training data, then it's possible to develop this within a short time. Of course, you need training data, test data, and so on. But this is also a big potential if you are looking into this application to another airport. And in addition, which is very important, we have also given this in simulations with air traffic controllers. They indicate that they have a good acceptance of this new tool. But that's not all. So developing is one thing, investigating where you can improve is one thing, but you need also to have this if you go to operation, which we are not yet. If you go to operation, then you need to also certify this tool. And here, this is one of the particular challenges we have, certainly. We have to apply the equipment verification and validation procedures as of today, at least. And then on top, we need to add also AI relevant additional steps where we have a good, certainly baseline and guidance from EASA. But still, we need to work on that and find out how we can tailor this really for our applications. Yes, that's where we are for this kind of example. But you can go further. So we also think about extending this by, for instance, doing the sequence computation through multi-nominal classification, not only through binary. That should improve, at least in the further out horizon, the sequence calculation more. Then, of course, you can also look very closely to the final and for instance, develop a separation monitor and try to optimize the separation on the final. And then what is also an important information for pilots, for instance, you can also improve on the miles to fly computation. On the same basis, and that is also, I think, very interesting, you can also work on a departure manager. So departure manager, I think, is a tricky thing, even more tricky sometimes. But with the availability of ADS-B data for movements on the ground, you can also improve on the computation of departure times and departure sequence. And an example you see here in the middle. So here you have a approach and departure display combined, and the green entries here relate to departures which have been planned into the arrival gaps. So I hope I arrive with this talk within the 15 minutes I have. At the end, a quick look at the overall benefits and challenges we see for AI applications. So I think, as for many ANSPs, it's important to have AI applications on the strategic roadmap, which we certainly have. You have, I think, three main types of benefits. You can explore new potentials by developing new ATS applications with new data which you have not been looking at before or were not able with the current algorithms. You can improve existing ATS applications, and that I have given you an example for the AMAN system we have. And you can, of course, look if you find applications where you can reduce development efforts, costs, and so on, which is also an application potentially which I've shown today. So the main challenges for further development are certainly data availability and accessibility. So the data protection rules are in Europe, in Germany, and specifically also in our own organization are very strict. So it's very difficult to collect big amounts of very precise and detailed data. Once you go into operation, you need some data factory, some deployment chain for these machine learning applications with continuous update of the model and so on. So this chain has to be set up. And the certification is one other point I've mentioned already. We are looking in how XAI can help there and needs to be applied there. And at the end, also technical point is very important that we are able, or that we should be able and must be able to deploy and integrate these new services in our ATS systems, which are still mainly pretty monolithic and have to be broken up into service-oriented frameworks. So this is, I think, the main challenges for the future. And I hope with that I have given you a small insight into what we are doing at DFS, where we think AI can help. But still, it's some way to go to have this kind of tools in an operational control room, an ATC environment. We have to really look at the safety issues related to these tools. Are they at the core of safety criticality? Are they more assistance tools? So these needs to be weighed and thought about. I hope for a very good meeting and discussion, and looking forward to questions and also the discussion later on in the forum. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Frank, very much. I think this really has set the tone for the type of presentations and the type of applications that we want to demonstrate, etc. I'm looking around the room if there's any really burning question that you say, well, yes, I need to fire this immediately. And if not, I would suggest that we continue our presentations, and then we do, after the 4 presentations, we do a general Q&A session. Yeah, so please start saving already all your different questions. Then the next speaker is Max Bezina. Max? Yeah, there you are. From Ingenav. So, entertain us.
I will surely try to. Well, thank you very much, Paul, and EUROCONTROL to organize this. Well, with the first slide, I would like to say already 2 things to put things in context. First of all, yes, it's Max Bezina from Ingenav, but that this project and these tools would not have been possible, and I wouldn't surely be here talking about Charlie if there weren't the other partners with whom we have been developing this for the past 4 to 5 years. So this project and what I'm presenting you is sponsored by SkyGuide, who is funding the project and development of the tool, and Ingenav and the other company, Better Eisen, are part of the directing the project. We came with the vision, and also we are partly doing the pre-validations as end users, because we come from the operational viewpoint from ATC, and everything is being developed by Skysoft, with whom I am as well here. And if there are very technical questions which come out from this presentation, my colleagues from Skysoft will help me answer that. The second thing I wanted to say with this is Charlie. Why Charlie? I will explain within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so the reasons behind. But the idea of Charlie is we wanted to create an AI support tool, a buddy, like Watson would be for IBM, or Cortana, or Alexa, or Siri. So Charlie CH is for Switzerland, and Charlie is the buddy who would help an air traffic controller to reduce the reduce the workload. And this is a bit where I start. We started with a number of issues. We're talking about 2018, same time as the Fly AI and AI, and there is a real problem to solve in terms of capacity. So there was a series of discussions of how can we improve capacity. And there are many ways, of course, and one of the ways is to reduce the actual current workload of air traffic controllers, with the idea that with the same number of resources you would be able to do more. So how could we do this? The idea is further in looking at ways about how to use what we had available. So what do we have available? We have available now a technology which was not accessible before, and we also have a case in which we have data in SkyGuide, SkySoft. SkySoft is a daughter company of SkyGuide. So we have data, and we are looking about how to use it. So this is a bit about the driver, creating more capacity with the resources we had and with the technology that was accessible. A bit of the user case, as we're saying. So we're talking about a user case in SkyGuide in Switzerland. I'm going to present a number of function areas that will be used in an area perspective. So we have SkyGuide, who's in core Europe. Well, we are in Europe, so there's not much of a presentation to give. But if we're talking about 2018, 2019 data, so we're talking about 1.2 million flights per year. We have an innovative air navigation service provider who is also having its own development arm, SkySoft, which is producing the ATM system, and we have availability of historical data. And with that, we try to think about what we do. Before I go in what we have developed, we also wanted to make a pragmatic approach. So our idea here was not to go into an exploratory research as such. Yes, it's development of something new and innovative, but we wanted to keep it as close as possible to operational time if possible. So we wanted to use data better, but also we wanted to build on current proven deterministic tools that the ATM systems have and which work fine. We did not want to do a revolution. We wanted to augment these tools, and we wanted to keep the controller at the center of the decision-making process. So we wanted to look at something which is human-centric. The idea here as well that we are producing is also with the idea that it will be used in SkyGuide, but that could be transportable to any other air navigation service provider. And there we were mandated to develop something which would be as much as plug and play as possible in any other ATM system. And that it is a stepwise approach in terms of growth and implementation, and not a big bang solution, which then would increase the risks in terms of implementation dates and so forth. So with all this in mind, what we aim to do is to create a number of functions, which I'm gonna look that support the air traffic controller in a concept of operations which is similar, if not the same, of today, and having an assistant in addition to or in substitution of the planner/assistant controller, who would support the decision-making of the controller in a number of areas. So in nominal and subnominal areas, and in real tactical and in planning/pre-tactical environment. And basically, we were looking at how to combine these ideas, merge them, and augment the tools that were existing and that were accepted by the controllers, and present whatever we present in the most human-centric, user-centric way, in the sense that we wanted to create support tools that a controller would say, I would have done this the same way myself. That was the starting point. And then, of course, improving on that baseline at a later stage. But we wanted, as was said earlier on, not to be able to discriminate between this is a human support and this is a Charlie support. Charlie would be as human-centric as possible. In terms of technology, I wanted to talk about a data pipeline which we have developed to be able to accommodate different types of data. Even if we are in the same ANSP, we came across, for example, we're using 2018, 2019, and then after COVID, we started again in summer 2022 using data for the training and for the validation purposes. That data, even in the same ANSP, was not exactly the same. So we created, the engineers created a data pipeline to accommodate this, and also to facilitate the the inclusion of other data from other ANSPs or with other formats. Similar to what the DFS has presented, we are very aware that the more explainable we are, and the more chances we have to be able to certificate as early as possible. So we have, whatever we have been developing, we were mandated not to have any complex neural networks that cannot explain in easy steps what is going on. We have put on top, and this is a bit of other innovation, a scoring mechanism. So just to explain, we have, in terms of the way it works, we have a machine learning agent which has been trained to identify, for example, resolution advisory of conflicts, which are triggered by SkyGuide's medium-term conflict detection. I'm going to show this in a few minutes now. This is basically one agent which is shooting resolution advisories together with another agent, which is a heuristic agent, which is shooting other results. What we've done, apart from training the machine learning on historical data, we have put a scoring mechanism on top, which then vets all these competitive resolution advisories to find the best one, the safest, the most efficient, whatever the scoring weights we are giving. And to put a second level of data in this, the scoring mechanism, the weights of the different areas. So when we're talking about different areas, we're talking about safety, that of course, the solution does not cause another problem downstream, but we're also talking about efficiency. We're also talking about elements like stability of the resolution, because we need it to be human-centric. We are putting another run-of-the-mill into the data, and we are running the scores, the weights of the scores that we would be using with what would have been the solution in the historical data. So the historical data is also being used to give the human weighting about why was this solution privileged in the past. And based on those weighting, then we are feeding in the scoring mechanism. What else? And yes, of course, we are using iterative deployment and dashboards in terms of the development. So again, that is the prelude to the 4 application areas. As I said, we were exploring both nominal and not nominal, and both short and longer term. So we have 4 areas. We have CORA, conflict resolution advisory. So there, the trigger point is medium-term conflicts detected by the system, and CORA produces resolution advisories. I'm gonna make a small video demo in a minute. We have a second one which looks at flow efficiency and early dispersion. What we try to create there is a help to the planner controller or to the multi-sector planner controller to see slightly, to stretch their visual or their ability to plan slightly above the 10-minute horizon that normally a planner does before aircraft enter their own area of responsibility. So we wanted to stretch that, identifying patterns of what could be hotspots or areas of congestions, and looking at early dispersion based on historical data which exists. We looked at what else does the controller need to reduce their workload, and we know as controllers that when we get, especially when we get busy, it is good that we have somebody next to us saying, well, that aircraft is ready to climb, you can send this aircraft away, you can descend this aircraft. So wanted to create a nudger, we call it the ready for, and the idea there is to go and augment other tools and the trajectory prediction as well. And finally, when you have data, you're talking about anomalies. It was mentioned here that the tracks flown and the real tracks are not exactly the same. So we think that using data would help controllers identify anomalies and eventually augment route adherence monitoring or level adherence monitoring with data-led information as well, which would again reduce, if it's timely and discrete, the cognitive workload. So with CORA, I'm going to go a bit quickly, and then I'm going to move to the video. So as I've already said, proposes solutions to detected conflicts. We're using big data and machine learning and a scoring module to privilege solutions based on preset business objectives. And we're augmenting the conflict detection tool. We are not inventing anything in terms of conflict detection. And we're just putting a resolution advisory on top. I'm going to show this in a minute. And we are measuring the reduction of ETCO cognitive workload. And this is where we are right now. And it is integratable fully with resident ATM's conflict functions. We are working on pre-implementation of this tool. We are looking at an implementation date somewhere in the 2027 horizon. Right now, we are doing extended validations in terms of, we have a core team who has been core ETCO team who has been looking at this since last year. Now we are introducing a new fresh team to make comparisons. We are doing HF studies to look at situational awareness, and we are starting, well, when we're talking, we is the big team with SkyGuide. We are starting the initial talks with FOCA, with the regulator, and initially educating them about how the architecture work. So that later on in the process we will look at certification. So if we could launch the first few minutes of the video, please. This is what we have, and I'm going to just describe what we are seeing. So here we have two aircraft in conflict. It's a basic simulation, and the window that you're seeing on the top right is the conflict management window. So the cursor was on the minimum distance. And here on the right, we implemented CORA, the resolution advisory, which is giving, for validation purposes for now, 3 solutions. Here we are extrapolating the what if I implement the solution. There is a pink line. The solid part of the pink line is the window of opportunity when the clearance should be done, and an extrapolation of what the minimum distance would be at the earliest and the latest point. And basically, on the label of the Tango Victor Fox, the TVF, the aircraft on the bottom right, there is a right 15, which is toggling in pink, and that is the solution that is being provided on the label as well. If the aircraft is CPDLC equipped, you can validate that right 15 degrees, and that would be uplinked to the aircraft. The decision is still on the controller. What we are producing here is a support fee. If we could, stop there and continue. So that, in a nutshell, is what CORA is. Of course, we are looking at this now with multiple conflicts and with interaction between sectors, with the workflow between the planner or the coordinator controller with the executive controller, etc., etc. And that's where we are. The next function is feed. Here, as I have mentioned just earlier, is we're looking at highlighting early identification of future hotspots and propose efficient resolutions. We are producing suggestions aligned with business objectives. So we are privileging direct routes where possible. We are also looking at what controllers have done to decongest those hotspots in the past, to learn from there. We're using data, of course, to do this, a similar idea as to the before. And here we are augmenting the planner, the multi-sector planner functionalities. And we aim at reducing the ETCO cognitive workload on that side as well. Here we are not as advanced as with CORA. We are having an MVP. And very recently, we also have applied for exploratory research to look at feed, but at even an earlier process, and to see if there is the feasibility of integrating this within an FMP tool of whether, in addition to cherry picking of aircraft from a statistical viewpoint, we can use as well data to do this. But that's work in the future. What we are showing now is a minimum viable product of this, in which the we have a congestion with a number of aircraft and a feed window. So we have 4 aircraft on the top right and 1 on the top left, which are those which are listed there. The video goes a bit fast, but I think you understand what we're going on. And from there, we're picking with algorithms, what would be the solution, the most efficient solution that would easiest disperse the congestion, and which is more efficient based on a score mechanism. So that is the feed window, and there we're looking at what would happen at the end of this. It is a tool that controllers nowadays do manually. This is what we are doing most of the time, and what we are trying to do is to give support in that direction as well. The third tool, ready for, the idea here again is to be as discrete as possible. We do not want to create distractions. What we want is to emulate this idea of help between controllers. You can do this, you can do that. You can choose not to do it. There is nothing unsafe with it, but we are ready for doing this. So provide safe and efficient support in nominal conditions. Again, we're using a combination of data and deterministic algorithms. The big data is, well, the deterministic algorithms is we have constraints. No, aircraft come in at an entry level. They have a requested level to climb. They will have an exit condition many times to descend to a partner. So we have those conditions. We have as well environmental information of the type of aircraft, etc. But on top of that, we have the patterns. It's not because an aircraft is ready to climb that it will climb, because the controller will not choose many times to do it, because it will not help in the flow of traffic. So that is the big data and the machine learning we are integrated into this, because otherwise we could deterministically rule-based saying, well, if the aircraft, if the requested level is higher than the entry level, then say it's ready to climb, and then go with what ifs, etc. That's not what we want to do. We want to augment this of saying, but do controllers in the similar conditions with similar type of aircraft really do that? And if it's not, discard it. And if it is, then it's human-centric and it will help. So it also augments the intelligence of the trajectory prediction, because if we include this within the trajectory prediction, and we are working on this, then our trajectory predictor is giving more valued information to the MTCD and to other functions, knowing, yes, the aircraft might climb, the type of aircraft can climb, but will the controller likely climb it? And that kind of idea is included there to reduce ATCO's workload, etc., etc. So if we look at the video here, there's is simply to show how it is being integrated. There is a discrete information. So the VOE in the middle, where there's the G455, that's the ground speed, the VOE 28 HG. Here, there is a ready for that it's ready to descend to 280, and the controller can choose to do it or not. And once they do it, if it's a CPDLC enabled aircraft, you can choose to actually simply validate that input and goes down. Again, there is no automatic automated decision making by Charlie. It's simply a suggestion. And finally, the last one is anomaly detection. When we talked with a number of controllers, said, yeah, but we have all this. And we said, yeah, we would like to augment that with patterns. So what if the aircraft is not in a place where it normally be? Yeah, well, we will get a route adherence monitoring. Yeah, what if it wasn't coordinated yet, or you want to see it before it's actually activated? So that all that information is there, and you can see it. So the idea is, in anything that you are monitoring in data, ground speeds, rates of climbs, rates of descents, routes. We see that sometimes routes of typical city pairs, they always come in from an entry point, they always exit on an exit point. You have a muscle memory as a controller of saying, well, yes, I know this Air France is going to Paris, it's going to go there, but once in a blue moon, or once in 1,000, or whatever the threshold it is, it will exit on another point because of restrictions, because of an anomaly in the flight plan. So there's a discrete warning saying, hey, pay attention, this aircraft is not going where normally you think it is. Nothing more. There's no safety. It's just an information that can avoid you some later heavy workload to correct your assumption as a controller. Or Similarly, that aircraft which normally do not turn in your airspace have a sharper turn at 30 degrees in their flight plan route. There is a pay attention that aircraft might be flying something which is anomalous as to what you normally do. So it is not something apart. It's augmenting other detection functionalities, and it's reducing the cognitive workload. And here, maybe if we show the video for a few seconds, there is not much to see, but this is an example of a real case in which the aircraft, which is the AEE on the right middle of the screen, is really going out of what we have defined as its normal flow, and we wanted to take this out as an anomaly to show that we are able to pick it up. We still, in this example, thank you, need to integrate it better, but all that information is there. This and the previous one are as a minimum viable product. They work for prioritization reasons within SkyGuide. We have been asked to go into pre-implementation of CORA, so this is where we are. And basically the impact on operations that we are seeing with the validations we are doing is that we are reducing, we are aiming to reduce cognitive load in the decision-making process. So providing the air traffic controller with more capacity, basically, to manage additional flights or do other tasks. We are enhancing safety because it's an extra tool that is giving warnings to avoid these tactical measures that one might need. From a scoring viewpoint, we have the capability of optimizing flight profiles, reducing carbon footprints, go greener. We are privileging for the same type of solutions, the ones which are more in line with the aircraft business trajectory that they choose, and reducing as well flight length in our sectors. We are looking at a plug and play on any ATM system as well to be able to be more dynamic and not integrate this as a huge monolith within the system. And yeah, that's where we are. There is a part of this which is going to be implemented in SkyGuide, but from the SkySoft viewpoint as well, we are also looking at collaborating with other ANSPs to use their data to make quick productions there. And that is the end, Paul, of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Max. Indeed, thank you very much for this very enthusiastic presentation. When we started all this AI work 3-4 years ago, many of the applications that we were looking at were much more, I would say, in the forecasting, in the prediction category. Here we see a category where we're going to go the next level. This Charlie, this ATC buddy concept, I think, is showing a lot of potential, and it's really fantastic to see how this is developing, etc. I also really take note of the fact that we must get CPLC to work, because otherwise you don't really get the benefits from all these investments, etc. Again, like with the other speaker, any quick question really burning from anybody in the room? No, not that I see. So again, thanks, Max. We come back also to you with the Q&A. The room is nearly full. If we see colleagues coming in and they're struggling a bit, and you still have a seat next to you or whatever, yeah, please help these colleagues coming in to really make sure that there's a place for everybody. And otherwise, we still have some overflow capacity as well in the translation booths that are here around the room. And also, we are streaming this event live on the internet. If you go to the EUROCONTROL website or you go to LinkedIn, for example, you will see the streaming is live. You see already as well that there's quite a number of people from truly around the globe that are participating. People are saying hi messages, etc. So if you are a presenter and you would like to be seen to your colleagues or your mother or who else, etc., tell them about the link. And if you are about to ask a question and you have that same thing, then again, please tell everybody about this streaming link. We have full capacity for that. Now, with that said, I think we're going to go to the third application of the third presentation, this time from Albert from Airbus. I also would like to, Albert, as you're coming to the stage, I really would like to thank Airbus, because right from the beginning, 3-4 years ago, we worked very intensively together with Airbus. I think in many ways, they have in Europe, in European aviation, showing us the way forward. They are investing a lot in AI, and they have some really cool and different applications. So that's also the reason that you see them more than once on stage in the event, and also please visit them at the booth. But first of all, we're going to listen to you, Albert. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Paul, for the presentation. Thank you all for being there. So this presentation is about automatic speech recognition. This is the topic that I'm working with in Airbus, in engineering, more precisely in research. And the automatic speech recognition, probably you already use it in your daily life. For example, when you ask YouTube to display the different subtitles, this is the automatic speech recognition here. So in this presentation, it has two parts. The first one is a little bit of history about this automatic speech recognition in Airbus. And the second part is about the integration of this technology in an aircraft, in fact, in one aircraft. So this is not AI. I have to push the, okay, perfect. So I will go back as well to 2017. By then, one of the big US technological companies announced the first transcription engine that was on the par with human performance. That was big news for, let's say, the normal discussions that we have in our lives, phone calls, these kind of things. This technology was already at the same level of performance as humans. So in this context, in Airbus, the question was, okay, but what's the real state of the art of the automatic speech recognition in the ATC environment? As you know, the ATC environment is complex for this kind of technology because we have the speech with a lot of accents. There is the audio quality that it's also a little bit low. The environment could be very noisy, for example, in the aircraft, and the speech rate could be very high as well with the specific phraseology that we have. So in this context, what was the state of the art of the automatic speech recognition? To answer this question, it was proposed this challenge in 2018. And the idea was simple. The idea was to collect some data, make this data available to the research community, and to ask this research community to work, to perform some different tasks on this data. So that was it. And it was quite a success. As you can see there were like 65 participants in total answering to this challenge, showing their solutions, showing their results when doing automatic speech recognition on the data provided by Airbus. If you are curious about it, you have this paper, you have the link on it, so you can check all the data. I will just go through two main topics. The first one is that the best results had what we call a word error rate around 8%. This means like if you take 100 words, you will have 8 that have an error. So result quite impressive with the amount of data available. And the other result was that it was much harder to do the transcriptions for the pilots than for the controllers. So that's the topic of this of the next slide. Okay, so we had this situation. The transcription was much more difficult for the pilots. What were the possible causes there? So probably the noise. And the second one that we thought about was the accent. That's why we launched this activity, this accent study. It has two parts. The first one was a theoretical analysis. So some linguist experts, they checked the difficulties in the ATC communications, taking into account the native language of each speaker. And they did a list of the most difficult accents to be understood by the majority of the pilots. In the same sense, there was a survey with 1,014 pilots, quite an amount of answers there. And the pilots as well, they answered to this survey with a form. And the results are present in this figure that you have on your right. As you can see, the most difficult accent for them was the Chinese, followed by the accent in India, Thailand, France, United States. The interesting thing here is that both the theoretical and the survey were aligned. So if you check both analyses, you can do that in the paper as well that I linked in the presentation. Both of them, they are aligned in the list of the most difficult accents to be understood in a cockpit. So what was our next step? Knowing that the Chinese was difficult to understand, what we did was to make a quick experiment. So we tried to collect some Chinese accented data, and we tried to train a speech recognition engine. And the results are in this table below. And you can see that, for example, in French, we are around the 9% word error rate. And for the Chinese, we manage with a small amount of data, I might say, a 15.55, which is not bad. So the conclusion on this is that if we have some data, we can improve the situation. And maybe we can start providing some mitigations to the issues that the pilots have today, for example, in front of difficult accents like could be the Chinese. Okay, this slide is just to show how challenging it's the environment for the automatic speech recognition in an aircraft. So in this case, we have a small flight. The departure, it's probably a French city like Toulouse with French accent, and it goes to a city with a Chinese accent. As you can see in the boxes, we have this column about the transcription, and we have two different models. The first one, it's one model, the model A, that has been trained only with French accented data, and the model B has been trained with French and Chinese accented data. What we can see here is that when we are in the departure, both engines are more or less behaving in a similar manner. You can see that we have a 7–10% WER. Well, more or less it's the same thing. It's quite low, it looks good, so not a lot of questions there. But when we go to China, we see the big difference. If you can see the model A, only trained with French data, we go up to a 50% word error rate. That's huge. And if we check the model B, well, we are at 16, not great, but not bad. Probably you're wondering, what does it mean, this 90% acceptability, 87% acceptability? Okay, this is like an internal analysis. What we did there is that we know that, for example, in the word error rate, an error in the greetings, for example, in a good morning, it's exactly the same as an error in a flight level. As you can agree, it's not the same in the cockpit. If you receive a transcription with an error in a good morning, it's not a huge deal. But if you receive a transcription with an error in a flight level, oops, we have a problem. So what we try to do with this acceptability is just to check which are the sentences that are acceptable in an operational environment and which are the sentences that are not. So for example, here with a 7–10% word error rate, we have an acceptability that goes 87–90%, which looks coherent with the word error rate. I don't know if there is any relation between both, but it looks coherent. And for example, in the destination, with a 50% word error rate, we have only a 5% acceptability. Wow, that's huge. That means that we cannot use this technology at all in this kind of situation. That's a very important figure. And we can find this figure if we do not train these kind of models with the enough amount of data. Last thing here, it's more about data as well. As you can see, the aircraft, it's flying over a lot of different countries. What is happening there? A lot of different controllers, a lot of different accents, a lot of different regions, a lot of different phraseologies, because, well, we use the ICAO, but with some variations. So in the end, it means that probably to do a flight like that and to give a smooth user experience to the pilot, we would need a vast amount of data. This is one thing that we can deduce from this kind of figures. So I think that's all for the technology point of view. Now, this is the second part of this presentation. This is more about integration. This is what we do usually in Airbus. It's we integrate these things. We check how to interface the VHF to the transcription engine, how to interface then the transcription engine to the display, how to check that the information is usable by the pilots, all these kind of things. So this is what we did in this demonstrator. This demonstrator is quite large. It's not only about the automatic speech recognition. It has many more things. So to have an introduction, I think that the best thing is to watch the video, if it's possible. It's resisting.
Line 65 kilos, so first left Tango 60 and then left again and taxi holding point November 1, runway 3 to right.
Thank you. So this is the first one. In the next slide, I think that there's one more video. This one is a focus on this technology. This is the prototype. This is the thing that has been integrated in Dragonfly. This is about the taxi assistance, just to it's capable to get the taxi instructions, decode them, and show them in a trajectory for the taxi. So if we can play the video as well.
Airbus 1234. Taxi via Papa holding point November 1, runway 3 to right.
Okay, perfect. So here we have a quick demonstration. So we have the call sign, we have the detection of the P holding point, several other stuff like the runway, and in the end we can display this trajectory to the pilots in order to help them to perform this taxi. So this is the thing that has been integrated. Has been integrated in one aircraft, in this A350 Dragonfly. But well, we always start with one. We'll see if they come more in the future. So I will move to the last slide. Okay, this is the conclusion. So at this moment, we are looking for opportunities to use this automatic speech recognition in the cockpit. We think that we could improve the pilot operation with that, but the first question is to know what we are trying to improve. What is the situation that we are trying to improve here? And that's the question that I have for you. Is it well understood? The impact in the operations about all the misunderstandings that are happening today in the exchanges between the ATC and the controllers, because we know when finally there is an error with the red bug and all that, finally this is something that, well, it's an incident, this is published, this is analyzed, so we know that these things exist. But right before, when there are all these misunderstandings, all these repetitions, when the pilot or the controller asks to repeat something, do we have a clear understanding of this situation today? Because I think that if we have this data, we can see if today with the current technology, we can start improving the operations that exist in the aircraft. And the second thing comes from the paper in 2018. This still applies. This is about data. if we want to have an engine with a very good performance, we will need a lot of data. And in 2018, we were already saying that it's necessary, it's needed to join forces in order to perform this data collection and later on to work maybe to sharing the cost of the transcriptions, because they will be quite costly to do manually all the transcription required to train this kind of technology. So this is, again, this still applies. This is still something that we should keep working on in order to be able to have this kind of technology in the cockpit and on ground as well. There is a last comment about the legal aspects, data protection, GDPR. I think that there will be other participants that will speak about that, so I will not enter into these details. So I think that that's all for me. I hope you had some new information from it. And if you have any question, do not hesitate to come back to me. I will be very happy to answer for that. Thank you all for your attendance.
Thank you, Albert. And so, as you've seen, the application of AI in aviation goes into many different aspects. Here we had the automatic speech recognition, and I'm sure this will come back in more of the presentations. By the way, I've lived a couple of years in Toulouse when I was seconded to Airbus. I can tell you, you have the French accent, you also have the Toulousan accent. Different thing, yeah? So keep training your models. Another thing that the notion of the data sharing and the GPDR, etc., and to have training data is something that will certainly come back in many more of the presentations. We inside EUROCONTROL are extremely motivated to have a couple of speech-to-text applications, and we'll come back to that later on the why, etc. But also we are struggling to really get access to data, etc. We have therefore set up in our working arrangements the AI task force, where together with a number of other players, we are sharing best practices and lessons learned on how we can start doing it. It's not easy, but there are some ways on how you can do it. So I really invite you to come to that AI task force to really tap into that expertise and see how we can do it all together. Then one other final remark from my side. I was the last 3 days in the US, in Washington, where there was a huge ICNS conference. And on one of the days, there was also a fantastic keynote speech by one of the leading ladies in the US on automation for both aviation and cars, etc. And what they are struggling with in the US very clearly is to attract the young talent into the aviation. If it's drones, then yeah, you still get a bit of it. But for the rest, the Silicon Valley is so attractive. The automated cars, the Teslas of this world, etc., are attracting all the talent. We've only seen 3 presentations so far, but I think hopefully in Europe we can avoid some of the pitfalls that we see in the US, and we can keep on attracting all the talent that we really need. So again, thank you, Albert, very much. Like for the others, any burning quick questions? Anything? No? Then I would go for a very related presentation from Mossam from the DLR. I had an opportunity to see some of it as well myself in the Geneva conference. So I'm sure that this again is going to be a very good presentation. Mossam, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of the partners in the project. So in the Hawaii project, we were working on the speech recognition part and understanding part. I have today in the audience also Hartmut Hemke with us. So if you have more questions, we can both answer this later on. Yeah, so let's begin. So it's often said that listening forms the core of the communication, especially in the safety critical environments. And active air traffic control is one of such environment where safety and efficiency is maintained through voice communication. So today, I would like you all to experience this with me, the communication between air traffic controller and pilot, and try to be in the foot of the air traffic controller, how the communication is happening. So are you up for that? So for the next couple of minutes, I would like to listen to this communication and try to identify if you find some error from the readback from the pilots or not. So let's listen to it.
Airline 453, good afternoon, radar contact squawk 2762.
2761, squawk Airline 453.
So let's listen to the second pair of communication.
Airline 453, after gunfire cleared direct over 380.
Level 380, Airline 453.
So did you able to find some errors in the readbacks? If not, I would like to make the life a little bit easier for you by providing you the transcripts. So now I think it become more obvious where were the mistakes. So in the first pair of communication, this squawk code was read back wrong. And you can already start imagining, so the air traffic controller is not just listening to this communication, but also monitoring the traffic and looking at different situations. The life is a bit harder for them. So we are working on these speech recognition part for long, and this from the just detecting the air traffic controller traffic speech and transcripting that. But here we are trying to also recognize the pilot readbacks, which is one of the hardest problem in the speech recognition. And here the error that I have shown you is generally categorized as readback error. And these readback errors are quite seldom events. They occur 1 to 4% of the time. And these seldom events make it harder for the air traffic controller to detect. So when they occur, 40 to 60% of the time, it was hard for the air traffic controller to identify them. And we call them hairback errors. So now the question is, can we, with the technology, can assist human traffic controllers to identify these errors? So the idea here that I'm going to present is readback error detection assistance based on the AI methods that we developed. So to start with, we looked at the data-driven approach, where we have the transcripts from air traffic controllers and pilots, and we fed it to the speech-to-text, where we get the first transcripts. And using those transcripts, we trained a deep neural network model to output, to classify whether we have the errors or not. We collected data from NATS and Icelandic air service provider, Savia. We had around 7.7 hours of voice data, from which we got 2,000 samples of ETCO pair communication. And out of that, we have only 87 readback errors. So that roughly corresponds to what I earlier said, 4%. So we had the first challenge that it is not enough to train the deep learning model. So it's a tiny data. You cannot train efficiently the large scale data model. So what we did, we resort to the synthetic data. We generated synthetic data out of this real communication data, and were able to generate around 130,000 sample pairs. Out of that, we have 61% readback errors. Yeah, we have introduced it ourselves. It's not the original data, of course. We looked at the original and then translated into the synthetic data. And then we had relatively enough data to train the model. And then we followed the typical machine learning training model, where we had 75% for the training, 25% for the validation to find the best model. And we also had a holdout test data set, which we did not use in the training, just to check the generalization of the model. Yeah, so once we had the model trained, we tested on the original data. Yeah, surprise. It didn't perform as good as expected at the detection rate. It has roughly what the human detection rate is. But this does not mean that data-driven approach is not feasible for this problem. This points to the point which I think Albert also pointed out, and Paul was also talking about. It's not just the data, but it's also we need to have data which we have annotation for and can work on it. And then if you have large ops-room data with annotation, right annotation, we can make this thing work. From past experience, I think it's always the evolution of these machine learning models or the data-driven models, which we can do in iteration and improve them. But story didn't end here. So we also looked at the rule-based approach in order to see if we can support the model here. So we have the same pipeline where we have the speech-to-text data from ETCOs and pilots, got the transcripts from speech-to-text model, and then from these transcripts, we use the rule-based approach to come to the format or the ontology for understanding. So this ontology that I'm talking about in the first step is developed through in a CESAR project with the help of a consortium, European consortium, where we agreed if we have a transcript, because it could be read in a different way to understand what's being said, we agreed on this format, on this ontology to develop the understanding. Just to look at the earlier example again, with this ontology transcription or understanding, now it become easier. What has been said earlier, there's initial greeting and the initial response from the air traffic controller with the SCOC code. And from the pilot, now it become easier, that's only read back the SCOC code, which was now easy to identify. So then we have another rule-based model that is detecting whether there is a discrepancy between the two or not. And in this case, we were able to output three different things, whether we have the errors, or they are hairback errors, or they're none. So it's normal, correct communication. And then once we have this model, we went back again and tested on the real data that we have from the initial collection. And now you can see we have significant improvement in the detection rate. We have high detection rate, which is already better than what we have seen earlier from the humans. Yeah, so that shows that this problem could be solved by the technology, and we should work in iteration evolution to solve to take it further. But then you can also see there is another question mark here. We have a high false alarm here. So I deliberately put question mark on this because it needs to be investigated more why we have the high false alarm rate. And this, in order to understand this question, I have another slide. So I think it's important to look at this question. And it's also our conclusion, if you want to go from the labs to the ops room, what needs to be understood for this task. First, we need to decide on the feedback and the readback errors. So if the false alarm is due to the wrong physio or the variation in the physiology of the air traffic controller, if they're not by the book, definitely you have a variation, and it might be the case that this is generating more false alarms. So we need to investigate it more. Also, we need to understand which of the events must be brought to the attention of the air traffic controller. Are all events equally likely, or we have to decide on it based on the context, which were important and which were not. Then we have also need to decide which of them should be communicated back to the, or have high priority, should be communicated back to the pilot to correct the readbacks. And then also there are also some questions whether we want to show it as a secondary to the supervisor position or not. And then importantly, I reiterate what has been said earlier again, we need more operational test data. We need more annotated test data. I think that's the part of which needs to be looked at, if we have to have these data-driven model in the ops room later. So we need test data for offline evaluation. We need feedback from the users, how they perceive whether these false alarms or what's being suggested to them, what are their feedback. And also we need to have some more actual statistics from the ops room regarding the errors that are already existing in the system, not just the approximation. Yeah, and then I think this is a point I would like to showcase, that our reader model already visited the ops room. On June 29, 2022, this model visited Reykjavik ops room, Savik airspace, where the reader model was connected to the live real-time traffic and surveillance data. So it showcased that the technology could be integrated into the ops room as a service. And we have shown this through our ops room operations. And I think it was well received by the air traffic controller who was testing it. I think this gives us indication we can already take this forward and do more deployment testing as well. At the very end, I would like to walk you through the timeline of the speech recognition that we were working on. So we started in 2014 with the AC Listen project. We started looking at the problem of speech recognition, how we can support air traffic controllers with the speech recognition and make life easy for them. And then we have the follow-up project in 2015. In 2018, we had the Mallorca project, where we start looking at the data-driven or machine learning-based approaches to solve the task. 2019, as I already showed, the ontology agreement we had with the consortium partners to develop the understanding, not just the transcription, but also develop the understanding of the speech that has been said. And from 2020 onwards, we are applying it in different contexts, like in the remote tower context. I already represented Hawaii, which is we are looking from the cockpit point of view, air traffic controller and pilot communication, and furthermore. In 2022, we have visited the ops room with our technology. But now the question is, what's next? We have showcased that this technology could be taken up and could be further improved and deployed in the ops room. Now the question is, we have to move and collaboratively move and take it in the ops room. I think one person alone or one partner alone cannot do it. It needs to be a collective effort now. So at the very end, I would like to ask if you are enthusiastic about supporting air traffic controllers mission through technology. We at DLR would like to offer to make available our source code for this text-to-speech concept, so we can move forward together as a community and achieve the goal of supporting air traffic control in efficient operations. So this is our demo model available on this website. Also, we have a demo here at the event, I think at the SJU booth. So if you want to test it yourself, come visit us and like to play with this and see how the technology is performing, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mosam. And again, a very different, but I think very good showcase of the very practical example of the application of AI techniques, etc. in aviation. I think we can all really imagine what the operational benefit is of integrating these type of services into an ATCO room, etc. Certainly, there's a lot of testing to be done. This false alarm thing, I think, is certainly something that needs to be looked into a bit further, etc. But again, really good. And again, like Mohsen said, please come and visit the stand. Play with it yourself. It's really quite impressive. Okay, with that, we start the Q&A session. Yeah. So get ready. I'll switch off the mic here. And now comes the most difficult moment. Who is going to be the first person asking a question? Yeah, who's it going to be? Yes. We got one. Ignacio.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation.
Sorry, if just one rule of, so to say, whenever you have a question, please start by initiating your name and your company so that people know a little bit where you're coming from with your question.
Okay, I think this is a very sensible rule. So my name is Ignacio Vaca and I'm Executive Vice President Technical of IFATCA, the International Federation of Air Traffic Controllers Association. And I have a question, and most specifically, it's clear to me when I saw this CORA system that proposes solutions. And my question is, when a solution proposed by this system is implemented, who's responsible for the outcome? And most specifically, in the event of a mishap, who's liable for this outcome?
Thank you, Ignacio. We are launching assisted decision-making support tools. So the responsibility of applying a resolution advisory or not applying another resolution advisory which is not there, etc., stays with the controller. The idea we have is that even though, and we are aware of it, that these tools, like any other tool, TCD, LTCA, and other tools that are available, which are rule-based, create a certain dependency and create a certain amount of possible skill degradation on certain things. The end responsibility stays with the controllers. There will be need to compensate for that in terms of contingency measures of what if this is the tool is not necessary, etc. But the idea is that this is support to decision making, and as a support to decision making, the decision maker is the controller.
Yep, thank you, Max. You okay with that, Ignacio?
Well, I am afraid that if I was the controller, I wouldn't like that. Because basically, if the thing is, if I have an advice and I don't follow it, and there is a problem, someone is going to tell me why you didn't follow the advice. If I follow it and there is a mishap, then someone is going to tell why you followed it. You should know better. By the way, I think that this is an essential part of my presentation tomorrow, so I don't want to spoil it. But anyhow, I think that this problem of responsibility is one of the big ones that we have to solve when talking about this kind of tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, but again, please note, as Ignacio said as well, that we're going to be having discussions on this.
It's what if the advice was given by your assistant controller and you didn't follow it, or vice versa? What if you followed the advice of your assistant and it was wrong?
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, when I mentioned the problem to solve about responsibilities, because my planner controller is a controller too. So the job is to analyze situations, to find conflicts, provide solutions, and then you take a responsibility for it, and you are paid for it. Basically, when you are paid for being a controller, it's because you are paid, because in this plane there are 300 people, in this other plane is 170. You have to be sure that everyone is safe. And then that's the big problem, and this is something that you have to accept. If you are not able to accept this responsibility, then you shouldn't have a license. But the problem here is that someone who's not a controller, a system that nobody knows exactly how it's built, and this is specifically true with AI, is a black box, and we don't know why the system is providing a particular solution. So this is the problem. A controller that provides an idea, it's another controller, and takes responsibility. If it's a controller working in that sector, that's okay. If it's someone who has a license and comes from another sector to say, hey, you should do that, the usual answer by a controller is, hey, took this and you sit down and control yourself, because this is my sector. This is what happens usually in a control room. The two controllers that are controlling the sector are completely responsible. But here we have a third factor. I don't say that the system is bad. I say that we have to find the limit of the responsibilities before implementing this kind of systems.
Sure, and I'm sure that this is not the last moment that we're going to be talking about that. What we saw as well in the earlier webinars that we organized is that one of the keys to success is absolutely to involve the operational people right from the beginning, to get their best their inputs as well, to avoid some mistakes, etc. But also to sort of together build up the trust and see how it can really be of use and be safe. Okay, any other questions? And note that we won't release you before 12 o'clock. Yeah, so we're going to be sitting here. You won't get lunch, you won't be able to get out, so make the most out of it. Anybody else? Yes, please. Up.
C'est moi.
No.
C'est ça, ouais. Non, mais les invités d'abord.
Francisco Rodriguez, my name. I work the Münster-Osnabrück International Airport in Germany. I have a question because the legal situation for convert speaking data into text for use for other parts outside of the ATCs. We needed the data in our traffic center to know what has happened and to optimize our operations. Do you know what if it's possible to have that at airport traffic center? Because I know ATCs have not a problem, but airport maybe you have a problem to save the data.
Anybody wants to react to that? Either from the yes, Marcel?
So you want to use data for outside your ADC, but in the normal circumstances. So
yeah, we need the data to optimize the operation at the ramp. We get the data. We know where is taxi running, what is coming there, or when it's starting. What is the every communication between the ATC and the aircraft or the pilot. And this is the reason we needed this information. And then right now it's a big problem because the traffic center don't have, it's not only for this duty, they have other duties. And this is very important. If we can get the information in text, then you can read, oh, okay, this is what will be happen. We can serve immediately anything.
I think so the technology, I think it could be used in different contexts, not just in the cockpit or the ops room, but I think it could be used in the other operations, on the ground operations, support the ground operations as well. So I think it's just a matter of changing the view of the approach that we want to do. But I think this is possible. We are looking at right now what we are saying is from the air traffic controller point of view, but this you can also replicate from the ground operations as well. I don't see any issues with that. Only thing is that if you have the data from the ground operations, you might have a variation from for example, the en route operations or from the tower operations, but definitely you need to adjust a little bit, but it is usable, I think, without any issues.
Great information, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very good to hear. And I think also coming back to a little bit to the acceptability of these AI applications. When it comes to speech to text, as I mentioned, also inside EUROCONTROL, we're looking into it because we have quite a number of use cases, but actually none of those use cases are initially for any ops application. It is for post-ops application, it's for training, it's for simulation, etc. So I think that's really some aspect that we can look at as well before you go full-blown ops with all the caveats, etc. and the concerns that are already started to be expressed. You can start using these type of applications in other phases of the flight, etc. Okay, any other questions? Benjamin? Yep.
I had a question for Frank. It was related to a statement that was saying that there is a reduced need for ATC knowledge in the developers, where here, in my situation, I'm Benjamin Cramet from EUROCONTROL, we see that the data scientists always want to talk with the business, so acquire this knowledge. So I was interested in knowing how you experience this statement, and if you could explain a bit more, and I could therefore compare with the situation here.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, if you are developing rule-based payment or other applications, you have to know about the rules. Certainly, you can read them the AIP whatsoever, but that's not the real truth at the end. So you have to really talk to controllers, how they work in reality, actually. And by this, of course, you catch some of the instances which deviate from the, let's say, SPA, for instance. So if you are able to give some direct somewhere, so this is already also in the rule-based system available, and through interaction with the controllers and through iterative, let's say, simulations and adjustments. And that is what you do not need in that full-blown scenario anymore if you look only at the data. So that's the point I wanted to make here. Of course, you talk also to controllers, but more in the sense that you put the system into the simulation and ask them to work with that, and then if they are happy with that, even happier than before maybe, then you know the data contain the truth.
Because for us, validating the insight that we find in the data, so looking at the data, but there we need some ATC or ATM knowledge so that we could validate what we see in the data. So we talk to business first, and then we acquire on our own, not to a level that business has, but still we have a lot of interaction and we acquire actually there. So there lies maybe the difference between.
No, I think both ways certainly are possible. Maybe the best result is to look at the data and in addition work very closely with controllers, but that depends also on resources and so on. So our, let's say, approach was here to find a more independent solution, and we could demonstrate that it already works. Maybe it could be even improved.
Thank you for that good exchange. And also into my own little area, we have quite a number of data scientists. Actually, we've put them together in one room. So first of all, they speak to each other, but then they're also extremely close to the business in order to really get what it is that we're dealing with. I saw another question in the corner there.
Hi, Paul. It's Ugo Mansa from EUROCONTROL, safety expert in Bretigny site. There was a question first for our colleague from Sky. So when you're deploying, for instance, the MTCD resolution, I was wondering, do you also check for potential conflicts due to the resolution proposed? And the second question would be: is also AI based, or do you use traditional means in order to ensure that whatever the proposal AI is proposing still is ensured that it's safe? We have a question. I'm working in the EUROCAE working group as well on the safety part, and we have this notion of AI is not 100% safe, it's not 100% correct. We have these inherent errors. So there's a need also to ensure those.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and that helps as well clarify the way it works. Indeed, and it links perhaps to the other part about what is going on. The machine learning, indeed, even if it is the agent doing a resolution advisory, is at a level in which not all resolutions, indeed, as you say, make sense or are safe. What we have implemented on top, are implementing on top, is what we call a scoring mechanism, in which there are a number of checks that are made. A number of those checks are safety checks. So we are running the conflict detection tools that we have available to any resolution advisory which is being generated, and there are many, by two different types of agents, the machine learning agent and a heuristic agent, which are shooting. And we are scoring these potential resolution advisories. So we have a scoring mechanism. I will not enter into the detail, which says if another if the medium-term conflict detection is not solved by this, you will give a negative point of so much, which means that that resolution will never flourish. But on top of that, you are looking as well that no other MTCDs are present downstream. That gives points. But then there is also no longer-term conflict detection or with a different parameter are presented. You are looking as well that the solution does not go into restricted areas, which are permanent or temporary. You are looking at not going outside your area of responsibility, etc., etc. And based on this, you are presenting. There is a threshold underneath which you are not presenting the advisory at all, and above which you are presenting the best advisory. Another area of this is it needs to be human-centric. So a resolution advisory which needs to be applied now to work and within the next 5 seconds is for us unfeasible, because it needs to be applied by a human agent. So those would be discarded by this scoring layer we are giving on top. And that scoring layer is something we completely control. It is not a black box. This we deterministically are putting things in it. So we are as well safe that there is no black box solution coming to the controller, because there is this very important layer, which is using data to validate the weightings of it. We want to make sure that a score of a resolution advisory which passes today would have been the best score in similar situations done by controllers in 2019, because that's the data we have. So the scoring mechanism for us is a fundamental way of ensuring safety, using the deterministic tools that have been applied and are being applied by the same controllers and are being trusted, and also to be able to justify that we are controlling whatever goes to the controller.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Another question, please.
Can I ask 3 questions?
You start
and then
by
if you want, I can.
yourself.
Sure. I'm Uğur Batak. I'm strategist working at Airbus. I'm leading autonomy strategy. I have 3 questions. First one is to continue the discussion on the resolution advisories. Have you looked at how it's going to work, or what is the value in terms of the onboard systems that we have in terms of the resolution advisories? So how is the relation? How does it work? Because aircraft are able to detect. So that's what I'm trying to capture a little bit. The second one is on the speech recognition for the colleague at DLR. You said you had identified some errors and the correction. So my question is to understand, if those scenarios continued in the traditional manner, were you able to capture how much of them had been eliminated with continued voice communication, so that results in inefficiency? How much of them resulted in safety, real safety issues? Do you have any statistical data that would tell us, okay, because you captured some moment on the communication, but if you continue that communication, what happened in the end? Had it been solved? How? Or they had not been solved at all, and there was a safety issue? Do you have this comprehensive, the global understanding among your data source, data population? And the third question is, not to cannibalize on my colleague's speech, but on the voice speech to text overall. And I would like to hear maybe a lot from the EUROCONTROL colleagues to understand the market trend, to understand your part of the sector. Where do you see the voice? Do you see that the voice communication will continue, or do you think it is going to stop at some point? And when do you think? Like, should we invest on this, or should we invest on something else that would eliminate the voice communication, at least maybe within the scope of EUROCONTROL? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, easy ones. We start with Max.
Thanks for highlighting that. It's a terminology item. We have TCAS array, resolution advisory, and I've been talking about resolution advisory. They're not at the same time horizon. So when I'm talking about resolution advisory, I'm talking about medium-term conflict detection, which is a function which is attributed to an air traffic controller, and a traffic controller identifies that within 5 minutes, if nothing is done, we will have an infringement of separation, 5 miles, or whatever the minimum distance is. And based on that, there is a timely advisory that in our domain, we're talking about resolution advisory of saying, well, how am I going to act on that so that there is no infringement? When we're talking about TCAS array, we're talking about that an infringement has happened and that those parameters are more short-term. So the use for air traffic control is to prevent loss of separation. Whereas, as I understand, the use on board is when there is already a loss and as an unsafe situation has already happened, how to recover from it. I hope I have answered the question. We're using the same words for something that in time dimension is very different.
Thank you. Then the second part, was it you, Hartmut, who wanted to reply to that one?
Yeah, maybe I try to answer. I was a project lead of the Hawaii project, Hartmut Hemke from German Aerospace Center. So thanks for the trust in DLR, yeah, that you think that we are getting data from the ANSPs where there is really a safety issue, which you have seen in the newspapers the next day. No, if there was really a safety issue, in that data which we have used, we of course would have immediately deleted that data, though we are not talking about that. Sorry, yeah, for that. But on the 87 use cases which Mozan has reported, there was no flight level issue which really issued in some strange things. So the most things were with respect to wrong frequency, for example. And as Mozan already said, well, we have now the problem is that really something which we need to learn that from you if there is a wrong frequency. The people from EASA, for example, told me, well, Hartmut, you're a nice guy if there is a wrong frequency. Well, I do not care about that. the pilot will come back to me. If that happens in the NUTS airspace, of course, you have something different there, yeah. But yeah, that you need to learn. Or if you are talking to a Chinese pilot, or if he is issuing a wrong speed, yeah, well, normally that is a readback error. But we are not knowing if the ATCO has recognized it, or if he's just saying, yeah, well, I do not talk again to him the speed, because then I'm talking for 20 minutes to him that he understands the speed. I just look a little bit nearer to that. So yeah, it would be interesting. We need the data, yeah, to really know, as Mozan has said, or what are real issues. From 7 hours of data, it's not enough. But we have now the tools. We can analyze your data. We can run through it or 100 or thousands of hours without that the data is leaving the ANSPs. Yeah, that you have just the transcripts and that you get the outputs, and then you have something where you can look at. Yeah, I think that's now possible with that, with some accuracy, of course. But at the moment, you are knowing nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hartmut. Thank you for the long reply and for the passion. I know already at least 2 people that are going to meet during lunch and have a further follow-on discussion. Then coming to your third question, I think I will start by playing the ball back. I mean, what is the need for speech recognition of ATCO pilot communications, etc.? First of all, I think it is you guys in Airbus who are working on one pilot in the cockpit, maybe no pilot in the cockpit one day, etc. So that is where the long-term trend is going. Now, when that exactly will happen, we will see. Again, if you look at the ARPAs and drone developments, even if there's absolutely no pilot there in any cockpit, etc., what you still see is that there's some kind of ground control that in the future will still have some kind of communication between, I would say, the piloting and the controlling to publics and audiences, etc. So some kind of communication will always be going on. In the meantime, I would say, if I look at the use cases, again, egoistically talking for EUROCONTROL, but also the ones that we hear about in the AI task force, etc., there's so many things that can be improved with speech recognition, certainly on safety aspect. Anything we can do, guys, today to improve safety, we should not hesitate. Yeah, and I think we've saw some use cases here. And again, what I see in the AI task forces, there are a huge number of use cases for speech to text, etc. So if I were you, keep on investing. And as you know, we're very keen to cooperate with anybody to see how we can practically put this all in place. Yeah, but again, if anybody is interested in more speech to text, etc., it will come back later in the sessions as well. But if not, again, speak to our colleague from Airbus who's willing to share things with you. Okay, we've made it till 12 o'clock. I'm looking at around the room to see if there's any other urgent question at this moment. I think I know the answer already, but I still do a quick look around. We're getting, by the way, positive feedback as well from the people that are following the streaming. We've set up the streaming in such a way that it's only passive, but they are finding ways to communicate back to us. So that's heartwarming to see. We are going to break now. Again, I would like to thank the 4 presenters, and please join me in thanking them, because I think they did a very good show and showing a number of different applications. So thanks again. I would like to thank you as well for listening, paying attention. I saw a lot of people really glued to the screens, etc. So I think that's very good to see. We're now going to have a 1.5 hour lunch break, which is relatively long for these type of events, etc. But that is because we're really this amount of people, so there's just a bit of queues to get through all the lunch setup. But much more important, please speak to each other, and please visit the stands. There's a lot of information out there. There's fantastic things to be demonstrated. So please don't hesitate and make full benefit of it. We start again at 1:30, where Tony Lico, my colleague, will be further moderating that session. And we're going to have, again, a number of quite interesting or very interesting presentations for you. Thank you very much, and see you at 1:30.
All right, ladies and gents, good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Fly AI Forum. Actually, Clar, you were too fast of removing that agenda. Can we put it back on the screen? So while we put back the agenda on screen, I'm Tony Lico. I'll be the other moderators of this forum together with Paul. I'm head of the safety unit and the head of digital transformation, for those who don't know me, in charge of the INM program. Now, it's no secret, by now you all know, Twitter knows, all the world knows that we are under DDoS attack, so the internet services are still not working. And the QR code on the back of your badge doesn't work. So take a photo of this slide so you have the rest of the agenda of the afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch and you extended the networking and visiting the stand, visiting the projects, and also discussing between you. We will have more on that at the coffee break and at the networking drink from 5 to 7. So that's why we start sharp. We want to be sharp on time. What I want to announce that we have 2 navettes leaving to the city, one at 1800 in front of the building, and one at 1900. So for those who wants to profit of that transport, so this at 1800 and 1900 will be navettes stopping at Central Station. So that's it. We start with session number 2, network operation and infrastructure monitoring. Thank you, guys. So like the panels in the morning, we have amazing speakers and interesting subjects and projects. So it's also a session of 4 experts, actually with 5, because 2 of them will share the one presentation. So we will hear first from Emilian Robet and Ricardo Oliveira from EUROCONTROL. I will introduce them in a moment. Then Patrick Mana, which Patrick I think doesn't need any introduction. He's still busy with the DDoS attack, but he has found time to step in and make a presentation on AI related to cyber. Ricardo Patriarca, Sapienza University of Rome, and involved with the safety unit that I run on a many machine learning and artificial intelligence project. And finally, Julien Chapuis, NavBlue company of Airbus. So without further ado, we'll start with Emilian and Ricardo with 1 C. The other Ricardo is 2 C. One is Portuguese, one is Italian. So watch out. So I will start with Emilian and Ricardo. So just to introduce, so 2/3 will be on Emilian, 1/3 will be on Ricardo. Emilian Robet got his PhD in 2005 and started to work on behalf of Airbus and ATR as an avionics and navigation engineer. We poached him in 2010, where he took the leadership of integrated communication, navigation, and surveillance SESAR project, broadening his experience on all these 3 domains. Since 2020, he's also coordinating the use of AI within the EUROCONTROL CNS unit, which is a department in the Pole division, and has been supporting the implementation of such techniques in various projects. A fellow co-presenter, Ricardo Oliveira, is responsible for navigation system and innovation in the field of civil military aviation at EUROCONTROL. Prior to taking his role, he led the CNS ATM technical department in Portuguese Air Force. Ricardo holds a degree in electrical and computer engineering and executive MBA. Emilian, I think you are first to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So when we started AI in CNS, it was in 2018. We started with 1 project to monitor the ionosphere, and I will come back to that on the next slides. Now this project is in deployment, and now we have 7 projects in total in CNS. So what we do here is to develop prototype based on AI mainly to support and improve the way we monitor the CNS infrastructure in EUROCONTROL. So I will go very quickly between this project 1 by 1, and at the end we'll make a good conclusion and way forward on what we are doing. Let's go with the first project we had. The objective was to detect and characterize specific ionosphere structure, which are potentially impacting GBAS and their performance. For the technology we used, it was machine learning based on historical database using neural network. So the idea is that we collect data, then we process this data, and then because our processing is a bit complex, we need to manually validate all the results. We usually have 2 different kinds of results. Either it's a real result, which we call true gradients, or it's a measurement artifact. And at the beginning of a project, we are 92% of measurement artifacts. When we develop an AI module, and thanks to this technology, we are able to double the performance, going from 8 to 16%. It doesn't seem so good, 16, but when you talk with ionosphere expert, it's actually really, really good performance, because detecting this kind of structure is very tricky. Our second project, actually our second and third project, are on this domain of surveillance monitoring, more specifically on the MODES context. So what we are doing in EUROCONTROL, we have a network of ground station called EMIT, but you can see a picture on the left-hand side of the slide, which is collecting all the messages broadcasting by the aircraft, answering to radar's interrogations. But the thing is that when an aircraft answers to radar interrogation, it doesn't say to which radar the aircraft is answering, and it's not clear what the aircraft is actually saying, because if you don't know what was the interrogation in itself, you cannot know for sure what's the answer. So we have these two projects aiming at answering these two questions when we collect data to who the aircraft is talking to and what is the aircraft saying. For the first project, who the aircraft is talking to, we are using an AI technology, a very legacy AI technology, I must say. It's called linear regression. It's quite basic, but it works very well. We are using the principle that the radar has a rotating antenna, and then we are fitting the replies based on their position and time on this pattern of antenna rotating. And by fitting these replies by location and time, we can both allocate the replies to a specific radars and also measure the rotation of the antenna together with some further parameters from the radars. So by doing that, we are now able to allocate most of the other replies that we are collecting. It's still work in progress. We need to improve the performance, but we are very positive on the possible improvements. The second project is to determine what the aircraft is saying. For that, we have been using a quite fancy technologies called natural language processing. So we are considering one message, which is a 66-bit messages represented by these letters on the slides, as a sentence. It's like someone saying something in form of a sentence. And then we cut that messages in 7 words. And by doing that, we were able to then attribute properties to each and every word, doing some machine learning on some data to identify further these properties and being able to classify the messages. It works really, really well. We had performances 100 times better than other methods. I met this during lunch, someone who developed actually the PyModels code. I was very happy to meet him. And yes, we have some very good performances on this neural network. If you want more details, we have a publication from ICNS last year, for which we actually have an award. So I'm really suggesting you to go there and check for this publication. Next project is about monitoring the drone. The context is to measure the variety of drone traffic for decision based on actual data to support research project with real traffic density and to be able to regenerate further traffic density later on, depending on the use case. For that, we are using what we call frugal AI, because although there's a lot of drones flying around, we had some difficulty to collect the data, and we only have a couple of hundreds of trajectories, which is not that much to be able to do some machine learning. So what we did is to define some a priori knowledge for the model. And for the a priori knowledge, we define by ourselves, I mean, experts from drones are defining different families of drones. We can see them on the slides. It goes from hover, a drone which is just popping up very quickly in the sky and then going back again, drones going on a straight line, doing circular patterns, or covering a certain area and kind of monitoring patterns. Or then the last family, which is what we call knockback, is everything else. And because most of the trajectories are not really clearly part of one of these families, most of them are actually a mix of the different families. What we are doing is that we develop a model which can compute probabilities of being part of one of the other families. For the performances, it's working quite well. We can now classify around 80% of the trajectories. We are still improving these models. So in the next few weeks or months, we may come back with better results. Now we can move to the monitoring of data link. We have 2 projects there. One of the projects is to detect any kind of anomalies messages. So what we are doing here is to take all the messages that we record on data link, and then we are identifying what are the sequence of messages which are not very typical. We are detecting outliers in the way the messages are sequenced. And for that, we're using a Markov model. And then there is a second layer of clustering using k-means to further identify what kind of difference it is. It's a very promising project, and we already have some very good performance in terms of reduction of analysis time to find patterns and to understand what is not working there. Another project on data link is to be able to count the number of collisions between messages. So we are doing flight tests from time to time where we record all the data link messages. And as you can see on the picture in the middles, we are decoding these messages. But from time to time, we cannot decode them because it's actually 2, 3 or more messages colliding together. And the idea is to count these collisions so that we can better characterize and assess the impact of this phenomena. So far, this collision was counting manually because we didn't have any models. We tried to have a model based on rules-based, but we never managed to actually have something that was given good enough results. So we developed these machine learning models, which now are providing us with very good performances. We have more than 95% of correct number of collision estimations. So we are quite happy with that. It's about to be deployed in kind of operation for our monitoring system. And now I'll give the floor to Ricardo for another presentation.
So good afternoon. I'm continuing the presentation and also giving the perspective of civil military application of AI. This is a project that we have developed to measure the performance of military aircraft when flying PBN approaches, basically because military aircraft are not equipped with certified systems on board, but military systems. And for that, we applied bidirectional LSTM networks to this project, so machine learning. Basically, we tried with the initial aviation data, and we tried to LSTM, unidirectional and bidirectional LSTM, having bidirections the best results. And for that, we are able to reconstruct ADS-B trajectory, and that replaces the integrity monitoring on board of the aircraft that stems from the application of performance-based navigation. This is an important achievement because we are able to get 90% of usability rate for this tool. As you can see on the right-hand side, so in terms of vertical, we don't have any issues in stemming from information for military aircraft. But on the right-hand side, if you look at this, the red dots are the reconstructed ADS-B trajectory of the aircraft, and the blue dots are the real ones. So we see that you are very close when applying the machine learning model. When you see in the green, it's CPF, so basically either MODERS or other surveillance information. So we see here that we are able to apply machine learning to verify the performance of military aircraft. For this, we use PLSM model in turns, which gives a very good performance and interpolation on straight trajectories. Now I'll give a bit of an overview of our experience when conducting AI projects. So we see when applying assurance frameworks, learning assurance frameworks, typically it gets 4 to 5 months to develop the AI product itself, taking consideration that all the resources are available. But this is the transversal layer. Then we have 3 key layers. The first one, we have always to set the product to meet users' needs or solve stakeholders' problems. That's our goal. And for that, we have to be the understanding of the business so that we minimize the potential of failure at the end, and we build the right portfolio for our stakeholders. And that we have the figure of the business expert. The second key player is the AI coordinator, so deep learning knowledge on AI, and that really matches the AI product outcome with the business needs. And last but not the least, the AI practitioner. Here we tend to make it fully dedicated to the project to meet the so-called 80-20% rule, which is very important. Sometimes we don't have the notion of it, but 80% of the time clears goes to data preparation and 20% of for the AI development of the model development. Some additional conclusions and uptakes. So basically, developing machine learning algorithms can become a bit complex, and we have to know how to accurate the machine learning model. And for that, we have to sometimes handle missing values or outliers, or apply feature engineering and selections, and also optimize models. So basically, start small and being always optimizing the model to reach the most accurate outcome. But it all comes from data, so the best and good training data will be the right sources to have the best and accurate outcome of the model. And that comes along also to it set the features that a new set of features that comes to initial information, so that we can combine into a new set of features from the original set. And also, as I mentioned, use simple models and then escalate them to bring complexity and minimize the risk of failure. So 2 last points. So today's AI systems are trying to do a clearly defined task. So for example, for the surveillance monitoring, the project that we conducted could not be applied per se for the monitoring of the performance of the military aircraft. So we have to always to specialize the AI models to the specific business need. And the last point is AI can learn to do something, but still doesn't have the human-like knowledge of the concepts that train them. So this is, we still have the AI to really solve specific issues or business needs that we encounter in our aviation business. So if you want to learn more of all the projects that Emilian presented and also the last project, just meet us on the stand. So you can see here where you are and the schedule on the left-hand side. So please join us, that we are eager to explain you more about these projects. And with this, I reach the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Ricardo, Emilian, thank you very much. You can still stay for a few minutes there. You have an amazing time keeping, so 20 minutes. We have about 5 minutes for Q&A. Let's try to do it in a different way than in the morning. So any questions for these 2 presenters? Until you think for one question, because I will do it interactively. I will ask one and then I'll prepare you for the next question, because you are so many CNS stakeholders, suppliers or users. So the next question will be from one of you. You'll raise the hand and I'll point some of you for a question. I will ask Emilia and Ricardo, if I'm an ANSP and I want to join one of your projects, who do I contact and how do I do it? For example, I'm interested in the MODES, either to supply data or to be the guinea pig or contribute with one of my projects, which looks quite similar.
I would say contact us by email. That's easiest. Emilian.robert@EUROCONTROL. And yeah, we'll come back to you. Maybe if we don't have questions, actually I have questions for the audience or for anyone who wants to answer to that. We said in the conclusion that models are as good as the data that we are used to train them. It's particularly true today. What we mean by that is that if you train your model on historical data, then it's relies on one assumption is that your operational environment of tomorrow is the same as the one from yesterday. And this is actually quite of a stronger hypothesis. Before doing AI, I was working on a CNS roadmap, communication, action, and surveillance roadmap, to identify the evolution of infrastructure in Europe. And there is one thing I learned from that is that aviation is a very slow-moving animal. Everything in aviation costs a lot when you want to change something. Everything takes time. So if we add systems for which we use historical data, it actually makes it even more difficult to evolve in the future, because if you want to evolve your system in the future, you will need to retrain your models. And even more than that, you will need data to retrain them. So if you change your operational environment, you will need to have a period of time where you cannot really use the past models and you don't have the data to retrain them. So it's actually, it might be a challenge for deployment of system and operational environments, because by deploying such system, it will kind of make the operational environment even more rigid than it is today. So I'm wondering, did you have any feedback from operational people on that, or did you have any difficulties to deploy system because of this phenomenon?
Yeah, quite an interesting, and I think that will be valid for all the presenters, you know, any feedback from the ops people. So because you create these tools, not just for fun and, you know, looking in the back office in monitoring. Any NSP in the room that may want to react, or an airline? I think we are in the most difficult slot of the day after lunch. But let me pick up on this period of time that you put until somebody is thinking if you want to intervene. So we saw this amount of FTEs and an amount of months until you finalize the project. But in order to be industrialized and embedded in the common services that you have in the infrastructure division, how long it will take? Is any of this project, to be more concrete, already industrialized and part of the common services that, I don't know, data link monitoring?
Well, yes, some are already in operation. And they are being deployed more and more, and they are going to be deployed more and more in the next few months. So yes.
Back.
Thank you very much, Emilia, for this presentation. Yeah, it's really great to see that our tool is used by EUROCONTROL as well, the PyModS. I have a specific question regarding that slide. I think it's 57. If you.
I think I see what you. Where are we?
Yeah. So it's impressive that you train a kind of language-based model to do the identification of the message type. Is really a smart approach. I was wondering about the testing of the accuracy, because when we had to test the accuracy for PyModS, we had to use a a small data set from air traffic controllers from LVNL. How do you test the accuracy of the neural network model? Would you use let's say the data from a different air traffic controller, or is it just part of the same data set?
So just before I answer, maybe I will introduce you, if I may. The gentleman who's asking the question is actually the developer of a very well-known library in surveillance. It's called PyModS. It's a super cool library which allows us to use Python to decode all MODES messages. So thank you very much for your work, first of all.
Thank you.
Secondly, so what we did is that we collected messages from radar feeds. And when we have the data from the radar itself, we know which message the aircraft is broadcasting, because so the whole thing is that the radar is interrogating the aircraft and asking for a specific message. Then the aircraft receive that interrogation and answer to the radars. So if we have the interrogation, we know which message was asked to the aircraft, and we know which message the aircraft will answer to. So by collecting this data directly from the radars, we are able to have a label database with both the messages and the actual messages being broadcasted. Of course, it's not perfect, because as you may know, you can have some BDS swap. So it's swap of messages. It happens when multiple radars are interrogating the same aircraft at the same time. Then the aircraft only answer to one radars. Then both radars think that's an answer for themselves. So for one of the radars, it's actually a wrong answer. So the database is not perfect, but it's still good enough to be able to classify and estimate the performances.
Yeah. Do you also consider, for example, the historic information? Do you train the model based on, let's say, past 10 messages that is known to you, or ADSB data, or just specifically only on one message alone?
Yes, we are actually. It's going a bit into the details here. Maybe we can discuss that during the break. But so what we are doing is that There are different kind of aircraft. Some aircraft are very, very well equipped. And when they are answering to the radars, they are broadcasting a lot of parameters. They are sending their heading, track speed, ground speed, selected altitude, and so on. Lots of parameters are being broadcasted. When you have a small aircraft or an aircraft much less equipped, then you're broadcasting much less parameters. So for a very well-equipped aircraft, it's actually quite easy to classify the messages because there are lots of information that we can learn from. For the other aircraft, because they are not as well-equipped, we have a lot of zeros everywhere from which you can't learn anything. And for them, then we are using past messages to optimize the classification, indeed.
Yeah, very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But if you want more details, again, come back. Now we'll just come back at the most important slides. Sorry.
Thank you for that question. I think we have time for one more question, if there is any left.
Yeah.
If there is none, there will be a few minutes at the end for all the presenters, still time for some questions. Again, Emilia and Ricardo, thank you very much. We move to Patrick.
Thank you.
So again, as I mentioned, Patrick Mana, our colleague who is the ATM CERT manager, maybe has no need for any introduction. However, he has been working 35 years in aviation, ATM, aircraft software. Many years we worked together in safety. And then he moved to transverse topics in SESAR, and now he's in cybersecurity. And I think even if we don't wanted to plan AI ML for cyber for today, we would not have achieved that. So
good timing,
Patrick.
So thank you. So I will try first to settle a bit the scene so that you understand what is the aviation threat landscape, cyber threat landscape, because you may have a feeling that aviation is not subject to cyber attack. So we know what it means. Here are examples, and I've selected some of them also just to show you that these are kind of various groups that can be affected, being airports, airlines, whatever. I even added the one on FAA. It's not due to cyber attack, but just to give you an idea about what could be the consequences of a cyber attack also, so that you understand that it's not only money being stolen or data being stolen, but also it can be operational impact. So in fact, what is interesting is that this is, by the way, a slide that I will ask you not to share. It's TLP green, so don't put that, I would say, in the media. It's for the aviation community. These are the data of last year. You can see that the main motivation is mostly financial motivation. So directly by stealing data or by requesting money. What is interesting is that we aviation are holding a lot of various type of data, which are very attractive to cyber threat actors. It can be the personal data. It can be information about wealthy people using business aircraft. But it can be also, I would say, ways to create some kind of impact on the society. Aviation is very much popular. When something is happening on aviation, we are in the media. You may have noticed that when the maritime sector is affected, it's not so important. I don't know why, but for us, we are immediately in the media. One important difference is the effect of the war in Ukraine. There are a lot of what we call DDoS, distributed denial of service. When you have a lot of IP addresses, bombarding one specific one, and you are overwhelmed by the request, and you are drawn by the throughput. So this is typically a geopolitical impact of this war in Ukraine, and cyber now is part of the war space. I mean, there is a new dimension in war, which is the cyber one. So, and aviation is definitely it. So that's the world we are in. Digitalization is good. The package is that it comes with a cyber threat. Up to us to make the risk acceptable. So now coming more specifically to what we are doing in cyber from an AI ML point of view, I would just share with you the experience we have in my team, where we developed 3 applications. And you will see that I'm not talking about how AI can be used by the bad guys. If you go to ChatGPT and you ask, can I attack an Active Directory? You won't get the response. But if you're clever enough to ask questions around, trying to circumnavigate the problem, you will have an answer. So probably the bad guys are doing it. So that's a way how they can use AI, and there are many other ways. Here it's more on the white hat side, the good guys, how we can use it. One of the issue is that quite often when there is a cyber attack, especially for ransomware, they first steal information. and to threaten the company to pay the ransom, they say, well, we're going to disclose some of your documents. And sometimes they disclose a gigabyte of data and you have to understand whether those data are aviation related or not, because you don't have to trust those guys. Huh? They can be fooling you. It can be saying these are sensitive documents and they are not. So quite often we have this issue of analyzing documents, and going through them from a human point of view is super boring and time consuming. So we did that. For example, during 6 months, we tried a service to detect documents that were leaking. We ended up by having to analyze 55,000 documents in 6 months. If you spend 1 minute, it's one full time. You can imagine how you are more clever after that. Huh? So we said, let's develop an application so that when we have a lot of documents leaking, let's go through them and we have a response whether this is aviation related or not, so that we can focus on the document saying, yes, definitely aviation related. So you see, it's saving time. It's saving, I would say, human resources by doing a boring task for which the human is no good when it's repetitive. And also, the added value is that somehow you're able to better understand the context. The issue behind that, to do that, well, we choose an LLP, is that you need to train the model. I will come back on that. You need a lot of data. We needed something like 30,000 documents to have a 98% success rate. And you can imagine aviation, navigation, communication, surveillance, ATM procedures, airworthiness. Aviation is huge. So how to get documents which are covering all that so that we are good in all the aspects? Because ATM for us means air traffic management, but for the public and for the document, it means cash machine. So you need to make sure that you have the right way of getting this detection. So one issue is the number of artifacts and the quality of the artifacts, being positive or negative, because you need to train your model on, I don't know, a food document so that you are sure that you are not getting false positive. So that's one of the aspects we face, is the number of artifacts to properly train the model, and the variety and the quality, and also all the languages. You can imagine we did that in the 6 ICAO languages, and there are many more languages, so really a challenge. The second one we did is a password cracker. So when the guys in my team are conducting what we call a pen test, a penetration test, they try to enter the system. One way is to find the passwords that can be allowing to enter some systems. So we have some kind of database of passwords. We have some kind of software, rule-based software, which are generating passwords. But we said AI can help us to be more creative. So let's develop an application which will generate passwords. And for that, maybe we can train it on exiting aviation passwords. One of the reasons could be that, in aviation, maybe you have a tendency to use maybe, I don't know, Lufthansa, Focke-Wulf 190, Airbus 380, 777, or Speedbird, or whatever, in our own passwords, because we are passionate about aviation. So maybe the aviation passwords are different from other I would say passwords. So that's where AI can help us. So we did that with a neural network. By the way, we're looking for trainees to do that with Markov, and another one to do with a adversarial network. So if you have some trainees who would be interested, please come to me. We're looking for that. And the idea is to be more creative. So do you see, that's interesting. That's where AI can help by helping the human to, I would say, go beyond what we could think about. Again, the issue of maybe the database to train it, but not only, the AI model itself can be creative by, I would say, driving the model appropriately. The third one, we are in the process of developing. This one I will spend a bit more time because it's interesting in the way that we needed to have a different approach. So when there is a cyber attack, usually we want to know who is behind. Why? Because if you understand who is behind, maybe you can understand that there will be more cyber attacks, maybe not on yourself, but on your sector, on other stakeholders. So typically, we're interested in understanding the, I would say, the context of a cyber attack. One way is that when a cyber is analyzed, there is a taxonomy, which is so-called MITRE attack, that we use to, I would say, classify and allow the community to know that certain tricks were used. So for that, we are using this taxonomy. But what is important is that we also have a kind of classification of the threat actors. And those threat actors, they are organized. The script TD, forget it. a lot of those companies, they have threat actors. I call them companies because they are organized like that. They have developed products, so they want to pay off this development, and therefore they will use the same trick to conduct more cyber attacks using that way. So therefore we can more or less understand who is behind by the way they have attacked you. And you see we have three main categories: the state-sponsored groups, so states conducting cyber attack against others. So just to open your eyes, it's nearly 20% of all the cyber attacks in all the sectors which are conducted by state-sponsored groups. So one cyber attack out of 5 is a state attacking the critical infrastructure of another state. Okay, so when we go to ICAO, is no state left behind. You know, the business world, forget it. So that's the reality we are in. So the second group is cyber criminals. They are there to make money, and like you know, companies, they have a product, so they are organized. The third one is the hacktivist, the guy doing that for whatever motivation. But again, they are structured. So typically, as they're structured, their patterns can be identified, and that's what we're interested in. So typically, this MITRE attack is this taxonomy of all the potential techniques. Here we have developed the heat map. The more red the color, the more used to conduct cyber attack against aviation. But depending on the group, they can have different kind of techniques. So if we look at those techniques, well, we can understand who is behind. We need also the context, not only the techniques, it's not sufficient, the context. So why it's important also to be aware of that, because based on the techniques, you can prioritize your mitigation means and your detection means. So if you're more subject to be attacked a certain way, therefore you can invest in certain ways of protecting and detecting that an action is a cyber attack is ongoing. But what is important for us is how can we, based on an incident report, understand who is behind that. So that's what we are aiming with this new application that we're in the process of developing, is anticipate attacks and prioritize the protection and the detection means. It means that the issue is that we need to train this application again on a data set. And this data set has to be as much as possible aviation related. Having in mind that the company, what I call the company, the cyber threat actors, the bad guys, may use the same trick against maritime, railway, energy, finance. So it's not only aviation cyber incident that we're interested in, it's more than that, but aviation is of interest. The issue is to access to those data. They are super sensitive. The incident report, very few companies are ready to share them. Plus, frankly, I don't want to be the one having a repository with all those incident reports. I will be a super attractive target and I will be the next one in row to be attacked. So we don't want to do that. Therefore, we said, let's take the problem the other way around. Instead of sharing the data, let's share the model. So that's why you are trying this federated learning approach. And the idea beyond federating is that somehow the data remain in your organization. So you are still the owner of your data. You can protect them the way you want. We are not going to request them. We're not going to have those data being shared or being exposed. And it means that somehow you have, I would say, the responsibility to, I would say, protect them, but also to give us trust in your data. So we will say, okay, you are trusted, therefore, yes, we will share our model with you so that our model will be trained on your data. We don't know what they are, but we trust that you have good enough data to train the model. And why it's important? Because somehow that's the way to enhance, I would say, the capability of, I would say, training the data, the model on a relevant data. So that's also what is interesting, is that it can give us a better view, because maybe we can go more easily to companies which are not only in Europe. The way we like it or not, we have a Western world vision. And what's happening in Singapore is maybe different because they are exposed to different threat actors than the one we have in Europe and then the one they are in South Africa or in Australia or whatever, or South America. So that could be also a way to get a model trained to, I would say, a higher level of variety of data. It means that also maybe that way we could have more data, because again, we will need probably thousands, tens of thousands of reports. Not easy to get so many incident reports with a good level of quality. But the objective is that once you have shared this model, this is enriching the central model. And after that, we are open to share the model. The previous also application I mentioned to you, we are ready to share them, and they are not only for us. So that's the objective of this federated learning, is to overcome the issue of sharing the data by sharing the model instead of sharing the data. So we are in the process of trying it. So I can't tell you whether we will be successful or not, but that's something we are very much interested in. We will need you, because at one stage I will contact some of you to say, can I give you the model so that you train it on your data set? So that's, I would say, where AI, you see, can be effective in a way that somehow some analysis that the human can be, I would say, limited in doing it, because you need a lot of data. It's not that easy, and it can take time. AI can, I would say, simplify the task, but also achieve things that I think the human can't always because of the amount of data. So this is what I was willing to present, and I'm ready also to take questions. Sofiane is also in the lobby, ready to show you what we have done and to take some more technical questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Patrick. We have about 5 minutes for a few questions. Patrick, yes, please. Can you please introduce yourself when you make the question?
Yeah, I'm Urbatak from Airbus. I'm leading autonomy strategy. Just to understand the last slide a bit more clear, to make it a bit more clear, when you mentioned the Eastern world, Western world, and having Africa as Antarctica sort of being nowhere, it's a bit confusing. Just to clarify, like, what is the reason for separation as a criteria, and what do you see as different specific points? And if we want to go for this united approach, because the aircraft are not operating only regionally, so they move around, etc. So a little bit, if you can open it a bit, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, in fact, we are targeted by some cyber threat actors. Okay, guys in other countries could be targeted by other groups than us. Long story short, it's not only Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran which are launching cyber attacks. Okay, you can add USA, France, Germany, whatever. So typically what we're interested is that the variety of techniques, for us, that's what is important. The variety of techniques that can be used are important to be known, because, as you say, an aircraft can fly wherever you want. And you know, a technique that is used today by a state can be used later by another one. I don't know if you heard about Log4j. Who has heard about Log4j? Few guys. Okay. Log4j is a vulnerability that was disclosed in December 2021, a Friday, of course, always. And what is interesting, this vulnerability was created by a state-sponsored group. And then they discovered that another state from another country, not a friend of them, was using it. They prefer to disclose it, to burn, if I may say so, their bullet, rather than having others using it, you see? So if we can have data from other parts of the world of things which are happening, that can help us to better know what could be the vulnerability, the techniques, the way to conduct cyber attack against aviation, to enrich our understanding of what could be the various ways of attacking.
Thank you. We have time for one more question for Patrick, if any. Okay, so as he's mentioned, and I think is valid for the presenters, these applications, goodies are in the lobby. So when we take coffee break, go and visit them and put the questions that you didn't want to put it in the open. Thank you, Patrick. We move to Ricardo with double C right now. Ricardo Patriarca is a tenure track assistant professor at Sapienza University of Rome in Italy in the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering. He holds a bachelor in aerospace engineering, a master in aeronautical engineering, and a PhD in industrial and management engineering. He has published widely on methodological and epistemological aspects of risk, safety, and resilience management, as well as operations management in general. Actually, we do a lot of work together with Ricardo. We are very impressed of his work. So he aims to make systems safer and resilient when, and especially before things go awry. So Ricardo, prego.
Okay, to move the slides. And okay, green button. Okay, cool. So, good afternoon. Tough session soon after lunch. We'll see what we can do. The topic of my speech is trying to see what we can do with AI for weather forecasting. So, a bit of introduction. Tony already mentioned that. I'm here with two hats. Not disclosing if it's white or black as we saw before, but let's say one is purple, that is the one from Sapienza University, the biggest university in Europe, and specifically the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering. And the other one is the ACI Comply, that's a spin-off that deliver technological solution for different problems, especially linked to risk and in general, machine learning and business intelligence. So today we talk about weather forecasting and how we can use AI to manage it. We don't want to forecast weather here. We try to use AI out to optimize performance and take the best usage of weather data. So I thought that was the after lunch session. So we need some jokes on weather. And then I thought that we were in Brussels, so I was coming from Italy, so yeah, let's forget about jokes on weather. That would be too easy here. So I'll leave you these two papers as references because they will include all those boring details that I'm going to skip here about the technicalities on the algorithms and long, lengthy description on how that works. But let's try to focus on this figure to understand what we are going to talk about in the next few minutes. So the background here is that we are looking at weather bulletins, so metadata, spatial data, and forecast as well, so TAF. And usually we would like to understand performance on this forecasting, defining specific KPIs, like our accuracy, our capability of avoiding false alarms, our capability of having, correct rejection of negative weather phenomena. Let's say all these specific KPIs that we have the possibility to define. So normally we have bulletins. We'll see something in case you are not familiar, and you have to decode them and analyze. Good/bad news is that there are many bulletins. So a mid-size NSP could be on 600,000 meter bulletins per year and 60,000 forecast bulletins. Each bulletin is a long string of different coded words. And we would like to do some, advanced analytics on these bulletins. So that's the need. What's the solution? So we start from the assumption that there has to be data-driven in a sense. So we really want to have a dynamic system that captures performance and give you indication on the KPIs. And in the long run, this is supposed to also support somehow decision-making by generating reporting and business intelligence dashboards. If that's the need, I'm stressing it again here. So we are not using AI, at least in this approach, to forecast weather groups. So we are not forecasting clouds here, or which will be the height of the cloud, the ceiling of the sky. No, we're trying to using AI to understand what are the performance and what we can do with future forecasts that will come. So it's more about managed forecast accuracy, not have machine learning based forecasting. So having a super tool that guides and tells you how good you are with your current and expected future performance. So that's the pipeline. And we'll split that in 3 slides. So let's have first a general overview, because we'll have one slide dedicated to each column. So the first one, as usual, is the data preparation. And any of you who did anything before with AI knows how time-consuming the data preparation can be.
to be on the kind side. So that means to clean up the data, to split, to decode, to generate a database, and in particular to arrive to a data mart that we can reuse for further analysis. The second one is what we call descriptive machine learning, because it's something used to describe the current state of your data. And the third one is predictive machine learning. It's something that is used to leverage on your descriptive data and try to do something that can be used for data that are not yet there. So data preparation, we have to decode the bulletins. No worries, there is a decoder that always works. So if the length of the bulletin is more than 7 centimeters, check the weather. If it's more than 14 centimeters, cancel the flight. Not exactly, but you know, we started from this, but then we had to find something that worked really precisely. So luckily, we could rely on the Weather Meteorological Organization decoding instructions, ICAO annexes, and local practices. You see the last column of the decoding on the right as by regional agreement. So that's somehow customized fields that you can have locally. But you know, each part of that string corresponds to something. So when you have a bulletin, the first thing is to split it and assign each part of that text to a different part of the phenomenon, and then define those KPI. I'm not spending much words here, but the general idea is that the more you forecast something and then it happens, the better you are. The other cases are all not wanted. So out of this calculation, you can define those fancy metrics. The first one, don't be misled by the acronym, is the frequency bias index, not the other FBI. And the other one are similar index. They tell you a bit, complement a part of the story, but they all look at your accuracy. Okay, all these steps, combining the data sets, splitting, defining, calculating the KPIs. In the end, the most important part is that you have a data mart on which you can do the analysis. Yes, and that's the feeling, because you have 600,000 bulletins, 60,000 TAF, all decoded or decomposed, but that's what you have. And that's where I'm not in the wrong presentation, hopefully. That's where we use AI, not at this stage, but from now onwards. So to find a pattern, to find a story out of this messy forest of decoded part of weather. So the algorithm we used were two. The first one was a clustering algorithm. What was the intention of a clustering algorithms, of the clustering used here? Was to find common patterns in the data, in the forecast. So to somehow find similar group of forecasts characterized by common aspects. We used a few logics here, the dendrogram, the cosine distance, word linkage criterions, Lance-Williams algorithms. So in the end, we ended up clustering paths on an airport based on their the fields they have in its bulletin. For example, a cluster could be all those stuff that reported that type of weather, that report that type of cloud, that report that type of temperature. So, you know, common functional performance of stuff. Why do we want to do that? Of course, to find similarity, but also to link to the second algorithm. That was an anomaly detection one. Again, here, this relies on a neural network and a Fourier transform approach, where you can calculate easily the anomalous points. What was the purpose here? So we wanted to find anomalous points in the performance of your forecast, of your system for doing forecasts. So to find when you were exceptionally wrong or exceptionally good. Why? Because in the end, and that's why when the two algorithms are grouped together, you may spot anomalous points in your time series. So find where you were exceptionally good or bad, and find what were the group of stuff there. So what was the cluster belonging to that group? And up to this stage, use that as a descriptive measure. So to find what was your performance. So how many times or which type of forecast, which type of parameters, weather parameters led you to have anomalous data, led you to have unexpected, exceptional performance, first thing. But the second thing is that you can use that prospectively. Because when a new TAF come in, you know that in that airport, that TAF is expected to belong to a certain cluster. And that cluster has a propension to be exceptional, if you see what I mean, to belong to one of those anomalous points. So let's see that with an example to close it. You know, let's assume that's on an airport, you have different indicators, and that's a static screenshot of the dashboard running out. You see that some of the parameters have better or worse values. It's color-coded, so green, let's say they are good, yellow, not necessarily. You find what is the parameter that overall is anomalous, and then you start applying the anomaly detection. The anomaly detection finds you points that are exceptionally different from the rest. Those anomalous points, and then combined with the clustering approach, and you ended up with something like this. So, you know, cluster 1, 2, 3, to simplify a bit here the demo, they are assigned with an error propensity metric. So the height of the histogram. The higher the metric, the higher the propension of a cluster, of a TAF belonging to that cluster to be exceptional. So when a new TAF is coming, you can assess where is the cluster it belongs to, because it has some parameters that are usually happening in that cluster. And you can check what is the error propension. So say if normally, historically, that kind of thing you forecast is something that were not good at forecasting, or you were good at. So if you were in cluster 3, normally you see the error propension is below 1%. In cluster 2, you are around 15%. And that's where you can start building that on your planning. So to wrap it up, that's a sketch of the architecture behind it, because in the end, you start from a data source, could be any data repository platform. And what was developed here was an interface with business intelligence engine run in Power BI and a bit of scripts in Python to decode and run all the approaches. Those can be embedded into the service and in the end be delivered to your users. With 3 advantages, that can be integrated directly on the database. There is possibility to have security, so each one sees what is allowed to see. And you can also use live data and do your reporting in what is called self-service or exporting. And hopefully I'll be on time.
Well, on time, Ricardo. Thank you very much for this very visual presentation. I open it for questions. Any questions for Ricardo?
Yes.
Yes,
just
please,
here.
Emilia.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I was wondering, because weather is quite dependent on the state before. You know, if one day it's beautiful weather, no winds, no clouds, it's very unlikely that on the very next day you will have a huge storm. Before that, you will have some winds, a bit of cloud, and then it goes worse and worse. So I'm trying to say that the current state depends on the previous state. So I guess it would make sense to use such kind of a Markov model, which is using this sequence of states to determine probability of having from one state to go to another state, and then can detect some outliers in the sequence probability. This is exactly what we are doing in Data Link with Daisy. That's why I'm writing that up.
And yeah, I totally see your points, and that's also included here because the bulletins has a part that describes the future. So the evolutive groups like trends or from or becoming groups, and the logics also decode that part and link that to the forecast, not at this moment, but what is supposed to be the dynamic condition that will be then cross-check with an F bulletin when it's coming in. So it is covered in what we thought about, as long as it's something that you forecast in the evolutive part of the bulletin. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, Frank Zetsche, DFS. Thank you for this AR forecast presentation. So my question would be, do you have any, let's say, links to applications of these forecasts concerning aerodrome services or other services in ATM, which could make use of this improved forecast for capacity forecast analysis and such things?
Okay, so thanks for the question. So far, let's say the TRL of this application is quite low, in the sense that it has been developed in a test environments. At least the full story. The first part was a project that was developed in conjunction with ENAF in Italy, which anyway, I'm happy to thank for all the expertise and validation on the first decoding part. The idea on how to make that operational could be linked to, the possibility to support the forecast in defining what is the interval for emitting a new forecast. Let me explain. So if you have a forecast that is kind of instantaneously assigned with a high propension to be erroneous, then you have the chance that that 24 hours forecast will not going to work. So it may be beneficial to emit a new forecast in 2 hours and update the previous one. So the first operational case we want to define when we recognized was to change the frequency or increase the number of forecasts you want to make if the forecast you do at time 0 is supposed to have an high propension to be erroneous. And that will, of course, has implication for Airbus and the ATC as well.
Thank you. So I guess that's it. Thank you, Ricardo.
My pleasure.
And last but not least, our last presenter in this slot on the network operation in infrastructure monitoring is Julien Chapuis. Julien is an avionics and flight ops engineer. He works for NavBlue, a subsidiary of Airbus. Luckily in Toulouse, so he could fly this morning, not taking a train from Paris. So wherever they provide airspace services around PBN implementation, such as TMA design or RNP arrivals deployment. In that scope, he developed analytic tools, including machine learning, to improve analysis and monitoring of airspace. Julia, we are in your hands, please.
Thank you. So I understand I'm the last one standing before coffee. So in NavBlue, for those who don't know us, we do software services for airlines supporting ground and flight operation, but we also have a consulting activity, and part of it is around airspace design and specifically on a PBN implementation. So within my team, we develop, for instance, new instrument flight procedures, mostly focused on RNP and RNPR. And sometimes we also contribute to the design of complete new airspaces. So I'm going to illustrate a couple of examples here of how we can use AI to reinforce this analysis. So when we design a new airspace, there is a before project phase where it's very important to get to know what is the current operation of this airspace, and specifically, what are the sources of inefficiency. And that's a tedious task to do, because the classical way to do it would be at the project start to ask, for instance, the NASP, if they have some flight records from radar or from other sources, to get these samples and to analyze them manually to understand how the airspace operates, and specifically, what are the singularities. Because between the theory, between what are the standard routes and what is the common operation and the operation when something goes wrong, it can be a bit difficult to find out. And that's only at the project start phase. So maybe a bit late when you want to discover really what you can do and what is the dimension of your project. So with AI, we can ideally start to anticipate that by starting before the project on, for instance, largely available data sets like ADSB, and analyze all the flights in a large segment of time, 1 year, 2 years, at a whole over level of scale, and identify every single patterns and singularity we can have in the airspace. For instance, what are the real trajectories flown? So here you have two examples of moments when the airspace, when a given airspace is not acting very efficiently. On the top one, this is a case of saturation on the normal way of work of the airspace, meaning we are getting to the limits of the current design. And on the bottom one, it's a corner case where the controllers basically start to lose control of the airspace and start to resorting back to vectoring every single flight. And then with the question, how do I get my situation back on tracks? So you want to know when that happens, and you want to know if there are patterns when that happens. Are there some commonalities, whether on how it happens and how conflict resolution is managed? During and after the project, you want to have actionable metrics on how the airspace works, because in a classical way, you would develop a new concept, you would develop ATC training, and you would do that by using real-time simulation, ATC training based on simulation and scenarios. And all of this is a bit flawed because you are not working on the real airspace and you are not modeling generally with all these tools whatever can happen in the real airspace. So you need to be able to do to get some feedback from the real operation, and ideally to fine-tune what you implement. For instance, if you have a specific speed target at a waypoint, well, there is a trade-off between the saturation of your airspace and the efficiency. You know, getting as many aircraft in an airspace as necessary maybe means you will have to downgrade a bit the efficiency of each single flight. And for that, you have to fine-tune some metrics, speed, altitudes, specific strategies, like what is the best separation strategy that works. So you want to be able to iterate with the operators when you do that to find the best solution. But to do this iteration, you must have actionable metrics. So you must be able to measure in real time on a massive scale all the flights and identify whether what you do is currently working, do the adjustments, see if the adjustments are working, and so on. This is a complete iterative process. And ideally, you also want to have one specific metric, which is fuel efficiency. There have been a lot of talks about what is the best metric for efficiency within an airspace. Do we want to reduce the amount of level off? Do we want to do continuous descent operation? Yes, but again, this is always a trade-off between what you can do. In some cases, you need to do level off. You need to degrade a bit your operation for the greater good. So in the end, it really comes down to fuel and what your aircraft is doing. But that is not something that you generally have available, for instance, from the NSP. If you want to do that, the classical way is to get to the airlines to get that data. So generally limited to a few cases. So to answer this question and to support this project, we have developed two AI-based solutions for that. So the first one is trajectory clustering. So that allows us to identify patterns into the airspace. So the question about trajectory clustering is what criteria do you use, what distance metric do you use to do clustering? And we do a mix of different metrics, the main one being the distance between the horizontal track of the flights. So it's a bit of a custom reprojection of the geometrical coordinates, and then using a Frechet distance that we optimize for computing speed. And then we have also other elements that we want to use for clustering, such as differences in vertical profile and eventually differences in fuel consumption patterns. So that allows us to really, decompose the airspace like an onion in layers after layers. So for instance, the first layer would obviously be your different entry points, so something that basically looks like the general organization of your airspace, like on this example, where you have different clusters that are basically the different entry points. And then if you look at each cluster and redo it again, you can get some further insight into your airspace. And this way, that allows you to very quickly go through lots of recordings, for instance, months of traffic, and quickly get to what are the common patterns that we are using there. Or you can do it the other way around. just start by clustering on the inefficiencies. For instance, what are the moments where we have anomalies in the fuel consumption, and cluster from that. Is there a commonality between each time where we are not efficient? And that really saves us a lot of time, because that removes, when we do the analysis of an airspace, the step where how do we select the moments that are inefficient. Classical way to do it would be to look randomly at a few days of traffic. So maybe I will take in the last year the most busy day, see if there was saturation, and manually look at that. Yeah, but I only look at one point. With this kind of algorithm, we can go quickly through all single flights and through all single situations and really identify what are the patterns there. The second tool that we deployed is a fuel estimate based on ADS-B data. So fuel estimate is a big part of the efficiency measurement scenario. And as I said, that's generally something that we don't have. We would have to go through the airlines to get that information, and that limits the amount of data that we can have. ADS-B data, on the other hand, is generally widely available everywhere. Well, at least in most airports in the world currently. But the downside is it basically contains only position and speed. Well, in fact, a bit more than that, because if you take into account several positions, and you have dynamic information such as acceleration, gradient, and so on. So we train a model on that to infer fuel flow from the ADS-B position. And to do that, we used obviously a training set that contains the real fuel flow, so based on FDR recordings. One of the good aspects also of this approach is that we are only limited by the computing power that we can use. And here, maybe I can make a point here on the cost of operating AI, because this is also part of the engineering questions that you have to ask yourself. How do I want to host that, and what is the cost of the associated solution? So it will depend on the volume of data that you have to process for training and for computation. And then it will depend on the hosting platform. So for instance, do you want to deploy that in the cloud? In that case, that's perfectly reliable, but that generally has a much higher cost than deploying it locally, which is absolutely unreliable if your computer breaks down. So this is part of something that we had to consider to find the best solution and to be able to tune our algorithms specifically for our use case. So we had a very satisfying results with this estimate of fuel flow. And it gives us basically for each single ADS-B position, the corresponding estimated fuel flow depending on the aircraft type as well, beyond the ADS-B data. And we can use that at scale. So we can use that on the complete airspace. We can use that for an airline worldwide. We can use that to compare airports between each other. Obviously, there are other parameters to take into consideration in that case. So for instance, a quick example here. You can see two charts. The top one is at the start of a project back in August last year. The bottom one is at the end of the project in February. And the green bars are basically the number of landing flights per hour in the TMA. And the blue line is fuel consumption. So in that case, it's a fuel index. So it's fuel consumption normalized for all the flights in the airspace. So basically a value of 1 is an excellent value. These are the most efficient flights in this airport, and it scales geometrically. So you can see that the average is around 1.5 to 2, and we can have peaks around 4 or 5. So a flight that is having a fuel index of 4 is burning twice as much fuel in the TMA as a flight with a fuel index of 2. So you can see that before we started the project, we had an airspace that had already a system of operation with quite a slot of about 20 hours of relatively high traffic, and the airspace was close to saturation along that time. And generally what we observed is that we had saturation in the late afternoon. So these are the peaks, the blue peaks that you can see on the top chart. And the purpose of this project was to help suppress these elements. So at this moment, in fact, what happened was that the TMA, the ATC was losing control of the flight and started to exceed the concepts that were used for the airspace. and had to resort back to putting into holding and vectoring all flights. So what we could do with this tool is to characterize the exact moments when that happened, build a few scenarios of relevant cases, of relevant patterns when this situation occurs. We could use that as a baseline to build scenarios for ATC training, issue ATC training based on that and on pre-designed solutions that will help the controllers manage this amount of traffic. But we didn't stop there. This is the first step, ATC training, and then there is deployment, and they started to operate the airspace with the new principles. But as I said, when you design them, you don't really know if what you design in training, in simulation, if it's really effective, if it's gonna really represent what will happen really in your airspace. So we continuously monitored the airspace every week. We took all the flights from ADSB data based on that week. We computed efficiency, we redo our analysis, and we explored all cases of inefficiency. And we compared that to the metrics that we gave to the controllers. For instance, speed target at a specific location, separation targets at a specific waypoint, and so on. And we could work iteratively with the controller like that, and little by little fine-tune the airspace to reduce the saturation. And you can see on the bottom chart, in 2 months, in fact, of iteration, we had reached a state where most saturation has been eliminated. So to conclude, in that case, AI has brought us many benefits to increase the efficiency with which we help operators implement new airspace. The first one is the low cost of training that has already been mentioned this morning. You don't really need to have a lot of knowledge on the model that you are trying to modelize. So for instance, when we talk about fuel efficiency, fuel flow determination, the classical way to do that would be just to build a performance model. So what are the flight mechanics involved? Build a physical model and then test it. With AI, most of the work is just, do I have the data and what is my feature work that I need to do to get some good results. So much faster, much cheaper. Second advantage is it's compatible with large-scale data sets. So beyond the aspect of the cost that you have to really customize for what you want to do, there are no limits. So we can work at an airline scale, at an airport scale, and even worldwide, and get metrics. So it's really allow us to do regularly these loops and to really eliminate a large part of the manual work that was involved into doing this analysis. And all of that contributes to efficiency because in the end, our consultant can really focus on the operator, can really focus on spending time to iterate with the pilots, with the controllers, to get feedback from them to really improve the airspace. So really a huge way to save time and to improve efficiency. And finally, in the end, for the airport to get metrics on the efficiency to conclude whether a project has been effective or not. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Julian, thank you very much. Equally impressive, also because they are operational already. Any immediate questions for Julian? Yes, please.
Yes, Ignacio Cotet, Deutsche Flugsicherung, VFS. First of all, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I would like to ask you something that maybe is general in all the aviation projects right now, working with AI and also historical data. And the question is, how are you dealing with the situation that after the COVID crisis, the traffic is totally different 2 years ago from 1 year ago, from now on, and using this historical data, I can imagine, for example, in this fuel estimation, that if you have a constellation with many, many flights nowadays in comparison with 2 years ago, the results or the training model is totally different. So for us, it's something, it's a real problem because we have a limited data that we can use. Only we can compare with data for a few months ago because it's totally different So I would like to ask you how do you approach this real issue that we have in aviation right now?
Yes, thank you for that. Very good question. Indeed, it's been a huge challenge for us. So in fact, in a way, these tools allow us to circumvent that a bit. Because before using these, we were really asking questions like, in an airspace, what is the representative month? And then, well, do I take a month before COVID when traffic was high, or do I look at the last years where you can't really make predictions or take conclusions to what you saw? So that really creates a question as to what is the reference. With these tools, these specific examples are not exactly related to that, because when we are talking about inferring fuel flow, the algorithm is basically taking millions of flights and learning the fuel pattern from each of these flights. So we have selected flights from airlines that have different operational environment, for instance, operating in large airports or operating in high altitude, to get that level of knowledge into the model. But we are really working at the fuel flow at a given position. So a set of dynamic parameters that are not really linked to the COVID situation. So in a way, this is a bit immune from that. Then the question of the reference remains. And this is also where clustering can become a bit more efficient, because we can really extract patterns. For instance, before COVID, after COVID, see if for instance, we have the same patterns matching up, in which case we can say, okay, the airspace has a bit resumed to where it was, or we can see the same problems, and in a way we are not affected by the level of traffic that we can have. But still, in other cases, that remains a critical aspect, yes.
Thank you, Thomas. Good afternoon, everybody. Thomas Buchanan, Skyguide. I'm trying to figure out how we can make your presentation, the presentation from Frank this morning, fit together. I've got the feeling that Frank's presentation this morning was ANSP focused, efficiency, getting the most throughput in TMA, whereas your presentation seems to be more focusing on operations for the airborne side. So what in an ideal world would you two have to do to make a perfect TMA for everybody?
That's an open point. We can discuss that at the break. Yeah, this is some tools that we have developed for very specific activity. In fact, this is not a tool that we sell. This is a tool that we use internally to support our consulting activities. And also, this is linked to what was discussed this morning about the reliability and the responsibilities that you want to have with what you predict. So I am fortunate enough to be both an airspace specialist and data scientist, having engineering these tools, so I know exactly well how they are done and what's working well with them, what's working not so well. So I know what the limits are, and the fact that we want to keep that as a support to our consulting activities, it's a way to say, in the end, we guarantee what we provide. So for instance, if we see that the data is not good enough, for instance, the DSB sampling is not performing enough, or we see anomalies in what we get, maybe we can switch to another solution and not abandon an operator with something that may be a bit mysterious. But in the end, yeah, collaboration is, I think, why we are here today.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin, and I work for DFS. I am referring to one slide in which you explained the effects of your work regarding ATC training, and you showed the two different charts from November to February with landings per hour and fuel flow. And you explained that the training during that period of time could reduce the fuel flow in this particular airspace, which you also showed on the data. And I wondered, you mentioned a few times that you said ATC, when ATC would be losing control of this airspace, fuel flow would increase, and with your training you could again, decrease this fuel flow. I would rather say that pretty much all the ATC toolbox, which happens when ATC does not lose control of a high traffic situation, namely, would that be issuing level offs because of a high traffic situation, issuing rates for climb or descent, or issuing excessive speed control for the aircraft, would obviously be things which increase or have a negative effect on fuel flow of the aircraft. No doubt. But these are not signs of ATC losing control of like the traffic situation. And so finally, my question is, can you give examples for what has been trained from November to February, the data on this slide, which would then have this huge positive effect on fuel flow, given that the usual toolbox in ATC is measures which affect fuel flow?
Yes. So first, yeah, no offense meant by losing control. I really mean about the efficiency, obviously. Of course, safety is not an issue here. So regarding your point about what are the actions that we took, so we started from the scenarios that we identified about how these saturations occurred. And in this case, this is a specific example because this airspace is also regularly challenged with weather, which is something that, well, when it happens, too bad, but you have to accept losing some sort of efficiency in that case. But beyond that, we could identify specific points of difficulties for the controller, and we had an exchange with them to confirm that this is indeed a difficulty for them. And we worked on that with specific exercises during training on techniques of separation that they can use to increase the speed at which traffic is separated, and also to work better on the speed target that they issue and the speed ranges that they want to have with the different patterns that we have. So maybe on this specific example also, one thing to mention, this is a relatively new airspace that has been put in service 3 years ago, which already includes several patterns of separation. So these are point merge for those that know about it. And the controllers had to implement that, and bam, there was COVID. So with COVID, obviously, there is a general concern that maybe you lose a bit your hand, you lose a bit your edge when you get back to high saturation scenarios. And then you have a new airspace concept to implement that you could not have the opportunity to really work on it effectively. So that really allowed us to put them back on tracks, to remind them and to practice some tips working specifically with that kind of airspace. And then we had this iterative step where we could really converge on the speed and separation targets. In that case, these were mostly the main things, because this is an airspace that is in an airport that is very operating close to saturation. So the airspace design is made to tackle that, but you need to use it efficiently. If you don't, you can quickly get to the point where you exceed your point merge. This is a point merge concept. And when you exceed your point merge, what do? You start to put traffic in holding at the end of the point merge. Do you start to extend in a way the arc? That's a bit what they tried to do. And that's where we looked at solutions to effectively keep that from happening.
Thank you very much. Any last remaining question? Yes, please.
Yes, just a response to Thomas. Thank you for linking us together. No, I think what I've seen from your presentation, finally, I'm not sure, but finally the solution was to go to the point merge pattern, apparently, to increase that effectiveness. Or was this point merge pattern already before available, and you have just adjusted it with your cluster analysis?
The point merge was the design in place when we started this project, so it's not related to the use of AI.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe if we ask ChatGPT.
In the end, I hope we can have tools that allow us to select a concept, but I'm not here.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Julian and all the presenters of this slot. Oh, just a few words of concluding this session. Quite impressive plethora of applications, an explosion. I want to pick up on where Paul left it this morning. 4 years ago, we had a couple of thousands applications. Now you see many interesting, and it's not that we didn't have ideas before, but I think the technologies and power of computing and the tools that we have today are different, but probably it's not the answer to all of our problems. So we started with the session this morning, ATM ATS, and this afternoon the main logo of the session was network operation and infrastructure monitoring, but these tools, they cut across everything. After the coffee, a well-deserved coffee break, which will come in a minute, Alain Ziber from SESAR 3 JU will take over from myself and Paul, and will guide you in the last session of the afternoon, when a very interesting and quite attractive title is Data and AI from Regulation to Implementation. So I want to thank again the speakers in this session, announcing again logistics. So we have a coffee break, then the last session, then networking drinks. And again, use this coffee break and networking drink to visit the stands, talk to each other, ask the speakers again the questions that you didn't want it to raise in plenary. And at 6 o'clock, 1 hour within the drink, and at 7 o'clock at the end of the drink, we have 2 buses, one each, one at 6, one at 7, to take you back to the center of the city. So coffee break will start at 3:30 sharp with Alain Ziber chairing the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you. My name is Alain Sibert. I'm working for the CESAR 3 joint undertaking. We are sponsoring a number of AI-related projects, and we hope to sponsor many more in the future. I have the pleasure to moderate a session on how to regulate and move into implementation for AI. I've been told that many of you are engineers and technical persons, so this is probably a session that you will fear. I hope that my fantastic panelists will send you messages of confidence, inspiration, so that the regulation, the standards are following with all of the good ideas that are being developed or implemented as we speak. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce first Antoine Alexandre from the European Commission. Maybe you can move here. Who will give us an overview of how at the union level the Commission is working on the AI Act. So bear in mind, there is this strong horizontal approach at the union level. So looking forward to that. Then we will have a presentation from Patrick from Sensenelec, who will tell us more, Patrick, of how this is going put into motion in practice, again, from a horizontal union perspective. And then we will have Anna from EUROCONTROL, who will then go more into the vertical approach and how we work that from an aviation perspective. And we have a courageous industry representative, Romaric from Airbus, who will tell us how the industry is getting ready and also stress the importance of research and development. Antoine, the floor is yours. Antoine Alexandre.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So I have been told that I have the big responsibility to give you some overviews, an overview on the AI Act proposal, and also the important role of standardization in this new legislation that we are proposing. So my name is Antoine Alexandre. I am part of European Commission DG Connect. More specifically, I am part of Unit A2, which is the unit in charge of artificial intelligence policy developments and coordination. And I am even more specifically the person in charge of the AI standardization in DG Connect. So next slide, please. I don't know if I need here. Okay. Okay, here it is. So as you are probably all aware, on the 21st of April 2021, the Commission proposed a legal framework on artificial intelligence, which is called the AI Act. The AI Act follows a risk-based approach. So this means that for a majority of use cases of AI, there is no restriction in place. So as you can see on the screen, this is the part of the pyramid which is in green. Then for a limited number of AI systems that pose high risk to safety and fundamental rights, the AI Act's proposal introduced specific requirements. Then at the top of the pyramid, you have these AI systems that we considered as having an acceptable risk and contravening to European values. And these AI systems, which are specifically identified in the AI Act, are AI systems such as social scoring, remote biometric identification in publicly accessible spaces, and others which are mentioned in the AI Act. Also, for these AI systems that interact directly with humans, there is in the Act also some basic informations and transparency obligations. So as I just mentioned before, the Commission published its proposal on the 21st of April 2021. Then in the European legislative process, it's the Council and the European Parliament that both have to give their positions on the proposal of the Commission. The Council is the first one who adopted its official position. It's adopted its general approach on the 6th of December 2022. And just as a short element, the compromise text proposed by the Council follows for large parts the overall architectures of the Commission's proposal. On the European Parliament side, the co-rapporteur published their first draft report on the AI Act already in April 2022. Then in June 2022, more than 3,300 amendments were submitted to the European Parliament. The European Parliament plenary vote was then scheduled for end of 2022, but due to recent debates around the use of specific AI systems, the plenary vote has been a bit delayed, and it is not foreseen to take place in May or at the latest June this year. Once the co-legislators do have published their official position on the AI Act, then we'll start the trilogues, and these trilogues are supposed to be held under the Spanish and probably also the Belgian presidency. There is, and it's important to mention it, there is a strong commitment, informal, but still a strong commitment from both of the co-legislators to make sure the file will be adopted by the end of the European Parliament mandate. So the file would be adopted at the latest by spring 2024. It is also worth noting, and I think you will all be interested by this, that the European Commission's initial proposal foresaw a transition period of 2 years, while now the Council has foreseen in its general approach a transition period of 3 years. The European Parliament, on its side, for its part, has still not clearly defined its position on this specific point. Now, entering a bit into the substance of the proposal, the AI Act is what we called in the Commission a new legislative framework type of legislation. So this is a barbarian word, just to say that it's the main requirements which are stated, which are put forward by the legislators are in the AI Act, but the way these requirements should be understood, the way they should be in practice operationalized is open, meaning that there could be operationalized through standardization or through technical specifications. Now, just an important point here for what concerns union harmonized legislations, which we considered as being part of what we call the old legislative framework, so mostly sector-specific legislation. The requirements which are stated in the AI Act are not directly applicable. Aviation being part of this aviation legislation, being part of Annex 2 of the proposed legislations. This means that for now, as I just mentioned, requirements would not be applicable, but still, the AI Act requirements would need to be taken into account once existing rules will be amended or changes. So still, it's important to already start looking in the aviation sector, looking at the requirements, horizontal requirements, which are mentioned in the AI Act. So the objective of these types of legislation is really to help to remove obstacles to free movements of goods in the EU internal market, and to ensure that first, we don't need to adapt the regulations too often to take into account technological progress. Second, we give flexibility to companies on how they want to comply with the requirements which are in the legislation. And third, it's a type of legislation which ensure that we include industry and specific sector in the rule-making process. It is really important to note that for a company to comply with the requirements which are stated in the Act, there is possibility to just adopt harmonized standards. If a company adopts harmonized standards which will be accepted by the Commission, this will constitute a presumption of conformity, meaning that the company will comply with all the requirements of the AI Act. So as I just explained, harmonized standards will have to be produced to operationalize requirements of the AI Act. The approach that we propose in the AI Act is a horizontal approach, meaning that horizontal standards will need to be developed. That does not mean that we don't think sectors have specificities. That just means that we ask, notably through the standardization request that we are just about to adopt, we ask European Standardization Organization to first start developing standards that would be horizontal, so that would serve as a basis for standard developments in specific sectors. Requirements on which we will ask, because it's still not formally adopted, on which we will ask the European Standardization Organization, and most particularly Sensenelec, with the help of ETSI, to develop standards are covered on the screens, and the area that we covered are risk management, training, validation, testing of data, technical documentation, logging capabilities, transparency, information, human oversight, robustness, accuracy, and cybersecurity. We know, we really know, because we have already been in contact with several people in the room, we know that the aviation sector has been working on certain of the requirements that we state explicitly in the AI Act. Aviation is therefore for us a very interesting case study. And we want to emphasize that we really are keen to learn from your experience, to learn from you, to learn from what you have been discussing today and tomorrow, what you will be discussing today and tomorrow, what you have been already put in place in specific framework. So we want really to emphasize, being present here today, that we want to work with you to make sure that the horizontal standards that will be developed together by European Standardization Organization, but with the legal and operational support of the Commission, will also not contradict what has been developed in the aviation sector. Our objective by launching by adopting the standardization request so early in the process is really to have the largest set possible of harmonized standards available 3 to 6 months before the date of applications of the future AI Act, or at least the date which is foreseen for now by the Commission. Our main supporting activities cover right now the mapping of relevant standardization activities being developed in specific sectors, but also at international level. Also participating in AI standardization activities, notably in JTC 21, which is the Joint Technical Committee in charge of developing AI standards in Europe, but also through participation in these international fora where AI standardization is discussed. And finally, our main activities also focus on supporting and providing political and legal supports to European standardization organization. It is worth also mentioning, I will finalize here with this, that as AI is a peculiar type of technology, as it covers also not just technical specificities, but also touch upon questions relating to fundamental rights. We want, and we commit the Commission to make sure that a wide set of stakeholders will be represented in the standardization activities. And so AI standardization has been chosen as a test case to increase the involvement of first civil society, but also of very wide community of experts and stakeholders in the standardization activities. And that's it. And I remain open after the presentations of the other speakers to reply to all the questions you may have on the AI Act. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Besom. I'm the Vice Chair of the Sensenec Joint Technical Committee 21, which is working on AI. And I am also the convener of the JTC 21 Strategic Advisory Group, which is working on developing the JTC 21 work program in support of the AI Act. So I'm going to brief you about the JTC 21 preliminary views on this vertical or horizontal. We don't know which term to use: integration, articulation, interplay. Yeah, and this is why it is preliminary. There are plenty of things that we're trying to define, and how are we going to work together. And you have to realize that there are a lot of verticals. I don't know the number, but it's maybe 20 or something. No. So we can't work with one after each other. We have to find a way to work all together and build together those this baseline of standards that could on which every sector can build up its own specificities. So the context, what it has been mentioned before, described before. So the global policy aim is that all AI risk systems must comply with horizontal requirements of the AI Act, irrespective of a sector. Not all stakeholders have the same profile. I mean, some stakeholders are covered by the Annex 2A of the AI Act, so others by the Annex 2B. It is the case for aviation, for aeronautics, and then other stakeholders will be covered by the Annex 3. So on each case is slightly different, but the baseline is there is a strong baseline. So how it's going to work? We have the European Commission. Actually, it's not only the European Commission; it's the Council of Europe. It is the European Parliament. What they developed the AI Act. Under the new legislative framework, the AI Act relies on harmonized standards. So the European Commission is going to send us in a couple of days, hopefully, standardization request. We've seen it, so it's not going to be a surprise. And this standardization request is going to be sent to Sensenec, which is going to centralize everything, and we're going to work with ETSI and most likely with other partners. Sensenec can rely on most often rely on international standardization organization like ISO IEC to to develop or to build this work program. So in our work program, you'll see later, but we have a lot of ISO IEC items. So time-wise, how it's going to work, we're going to receive anytime now the standardization request. This standardization request will be followed just after the AI Act approval by a revised standardization request, which may adapt the request depending on the final version of the AI Act. The standardization request that we've seen that we should be receiving in a couple of days mentioned that we have till the April 2025 to develop harmonized standards. So roughly 2 years now. If you are aware of the time it takes to develop a standards, you can figure out that it's quite challenging if the standards are not already in the pipe. So now the standardization request comes with 10 requirements that goes from risk management, AI management system, and there are plenty of things that I would sum up to trustworthiness characteristics like human oversight, accuracy, robustness, even AI security. I think we are all aware that it's quite challenging in those days. We will try to develop things along those requirements. We have a couple of options to do that. We could, I mentioned it, adopt or adapt ISO IEC SC42 standards. We can develop standards jointly with SC42. We'd like to do that, but then in certain cases, we will have to develop homegrown standards because we do think that there might be some European specificities. European specificities, you have two types of specificities. First one are like procedural. I mean, we have a time frame. We don't have forever to develop standards. We have European values principle that could be specific sometimes. Those are socio-technical requirements. So we have plenty of things that indicate that there are European specificities. But as some say, European specificities is the elephant in the room in AI standardization. Still, we don't know how big the elephant is, so we'll figure that out while developing the standards. So far, we have developed a draft work program that will most certainly be proposed to the European Commission, because we have 4 months to propose a work program to the European Commission after receiving the standardization request. And basically, there are 4 categories of standards. Standards that develop terminology and concepts. The first thing, if you want to build trust, is to share the same language, because if we don't speak the same language, we won't go very far. So baseline is we need common terminology and concepts. Then we have a second category, which is about AI management system and risk management. A third category, which is about AI on data. So basically trustworthy characteristics. And then we have a fourth type, which is about conformity assessment. On you have to realize that not all those standards include requirements. Some are just guidelines, but we do have a couple of standards with requirements. 3 standards so far have been identified to be potentially developed by JTC21. First one is what we call the AI risk catalog, which will most likely include some level of risk management as well. The second one is the AI trustworthiness characterization, which should include topics like human oversight, accuracy, robustness, all the nice things that everybody is working on. Well, something that has been added very recently, which is about accuracy of natural language. It's not model, it's processing systems. Okay, now we've been trying on. Please understand that it is preliminary view, so it might evolve. But we have been trying to identify what we call principles for horizontal vertical integration. So as you may know, well, sometimes principles, there are tensions between principles, and you have to find ways to mitigate those tensions. So principles are the following. Well, proposed principle. First, the horizontal standard set the foundation of AI standards for in line with the standardization request. We provide terminology and requirements along with the AI Act, but then on that side, vertical standards should align with the terminology and requirement of the sector legislation. Then the idea is that vertical standards build upon horizontal standards, and ideally, vertical standards should only add sector or technology specifics. Now, something with that I was mentioning before with European specificities. What is a specificity when it comes to AI? AI is basically all about mathematics and statistics. Well, for the data-driven part, of course, but then it has to be discussed. So then we have to anticipate and address future inconsistencies, because there will be some. We have to realize that. So the idea that vertical should contribute to the development of horizontal harmonized standards, on not the reverse. I'm saying that because I've heard people saying, yeah, JTC 21 is welcome in our sector standardization committee. Well, we can do that. I wish we could, but we can do that. We don't have the resources to attend to tens of potential committees. So the only way to do that is to do that together and in a common forum. So now, if horizontal terminology and requirements are not covering sectoral needs, so yeah, sector should complement these by developing additional standards. And then if there is a conflict, well, and there will be conflicts, but hopefully the less we have the varieties, but justify adaptation derogation should be done by verticals. So if I can sum up, that is a very simplified view. So please don't shoot at me, but we've identified a couple of options. So option one, well, won't happen, but the horizontal standards fit the sectoral needs. Yeah. Ideal situation. I doubt it's going to work well, especially here. Then option two, well, we need complements. And option three, well, there are misfits. So there is a need for derogation, adaptation. In all those three options, contribution to horizontal standards would help very much in anticipating, potential conflicts and things like that. Option 4 and option 5 have been identified, but clearly they're not preferred options, because I don't think it will work. But that's my personal view. And it's going to be very complicated to work under those options. Well, option 4 looks very easy. It's everybody in silo, but then it's another story. So conclusion, I believe that close cooperation between JTC 21 verticals is essential. to ensure compatibility and avoid any possible inconsistencies on the longer term. And with that, I think I covered everything.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for that presentation and setting the scene a little bit for the standardization aspect of artificial intelligence, which obviously is a very important one. My name is Anna von Grothe. I'm the Director General of EUROCONTROL. For those of you that don't know EUROCONTRol, we are a standardization organization based in Paris, beautiful Paris, France, with very strong roots in Europe. But despite the name being EUROCONTRol, we're an international organization, so about 40% of our members are based outside of the EU. Our aim is to address aviation stakeholder needs. So the A in EUROCONTRol really means aviation, by developing high quality standards that are built upon the state of the art of expertise, that are fit for the purpose to be adopted internationally, that support operations, development and regulations, and that address emerging global aviation challenges. And I think here we're definitely dealing with one of those. EUROCONTRol itself is a very small organization, but the richness, the wealth really lies with the members. We have over 450 members of the aviation industry. So that's airborne industry, aircraft manufacturers, ground equipment industry, R&D. SESAR, for example, is very strongly represented in EUROCONTRol, but also other R&D organizations, smaller R&D projects and consortia. Organizations like EUROCONTROL, many of the professional staff associations are represented. Regulators, EASA is of course very strong in EUROCONTRol, but also many other regulators, the FAA, JCAB in Japan, and others. Service providers, ANSPs, airlines, airports, etc. We do have collaboration agreements, and that is really important. And I think this will be important as we move forward, especially after what has been presented by my two predecessors here, cooperation agreements with other SDOs, so standards development organizations. The ESOs, CANSO and ETSI, we have agreements that probably need to be revived a little bit, but also with other SDOs, RTCA, and SAE, very strong cooperation agreements, and especially SAE will be important here. I'll get into that in a second. And then we're also recognized by ICAO. In terms of AI standards, really what we do, maybe just to set the scene a little bit before I go into what our Working Group 114 is doing. We're obviously following what is being done by the Commission, which had the expert group that came up with the ethical guidelines, which you're all probably quite aware of, and the EASA white papers, which came up with these, which did the trustworthiness analysis and came up with these building blocks of learning assurance, AI explainability, and safety risk mitigations. In terms of challenges that brings for certification of systems that use AI components, looking at robustness and verification, specification and validation, the explainability, and the representative of the data. So what we are doing is we have set up together with SAE International a working group, that's Working Group 114 on our side and G34 on their side, that will be very closely aligned with what EASA is doing in terms of providing detailed technical industry standards for machine learning development and approval. So the objectives of Working Group 114, it was set up a couple of years ago after quite an extensive stakeholder consultation, will be to develop and publish a comprehensive statement of concerns. So starting really from what are really the issues? Where do we need standards? Maybe there are areas where we don't need standards, where standards are already available, and for example, at the ISO level, or at others, and what are really the concerns that we need to be looking at. And then to develop the standards and reports that will be necessary for selecting, implementing, and certifying AI technology embedded into systems for use within aeronautical systems in both aerial vehicles and ground systems. The group also is a key forum for enabling the global adoption and implementation of AI technologies, and enables the manufacturers and regulators to consider and implement the certification of AI systems in a really collaborative manner. The scope is both on the airborne side, so aircraft and UAS, as well as on the ground side, ATM, UTM. And this is also very nicely reflected in the way that the group is led. It is actually co-led by Airbus and Thales, so we have both the airborne and the ground stakeholders in the leading seats here. The group is, as I mentioned before, has started off with a statement of concerns, which is already published 2 years ago, the ER22, and is now looking to develop a taxonomy for artificial intelligence, which is expected to be published in Q2 2023, so in a couple of weeks from now. Actually, we're probably looking at the beginning of June here, and then we'll follow through towards the end of next year with 2 really important documents, which I'll go into a little bit more in detail. So use cases, as well as then the actual process standard for AI implementation. The group is organized in subgroups, really, that look at different aspects, with a plenary that is kind of horizontally, integrating everything, but really looking at airborne and ground applications, machine learning, data management and validation, implementation, verification, system and safety considerations for machine learning, and then the overall integration. The roadmap of the working group is very closely aligned with the EASA roadmap and planning. So the top arrow, what you see here, is the EUROCONTROL SAE roadmap, and the lower one in green and red is the EASA roadmap with the deliverables. And we're really aligning this very closely, not only in terms of timeline, obviously, but also in terms of content and approach. So as I mentioned, the statement of concerns was published and has been widely recognized. The taxonomy and use cases are coming up, and then the machine learning first publication, the first standard, will come in 2024. And then you're obviously aware also of the EASA papers that have been released, and the next version of that expected to be released or announced in May. So going a little bit more into the details of the different standards or documents, deliverables, the statement of concerns published in 2021 looks at really aligning the group on a common understanding of AI technologies. Because when we launched the group, the first thing we saw, we had about 80 people in the kickoff meeting, and no one of them understood the same thing. So we said, okay, we need to really start from the beginning. What do we need to look at? Outline the concerns of the use of such techniques, recommend a roadmap and an organization to develop means of compliance for AI certification. And then based on that, start the development of the standards. So what this document looks at is a taxonomy, a classification of AI techniques, a gap analysis from the existing standards, then the areas of concerns and potential next step, both on the aircraft and on the ground side. Looking more at the standard. So as I mentioned, we have the process standard for development and certification, the approval of aeronautical products implementing AI. It's a horrible title, and I hope they will rephrase that a little bit because it's very long. So what the document will really be looking at is to support the development and certification of products and systems, both for the ATM-ANS domains as well as airborne, both for manned and unmanned aircraft. So that's quite a challenge, quite a scope to look at. What they will do really is looking to describe guidelines for machine learning based systems and subsystems and items, including safety considerations that will be integrated into the machine learning development lifecycle. So this is quite a big project, obviously. Here you can see, I won't go through all of the individual items, but this is what the document is expected to be looking like. It will follow more or less the same approach as the well-known standards for software certification, ED12, DO178, and similar documents. Now, what we're really looking at, and maybe to just put this a little bit into the context also, because obviously this is not a standalone standard, right? It will have to be integrated into the broader context and broader ecosystem of available standards. So today what we have is the ED79, ED135, better known under their corresponding SAE acronyms, ARP 4754 and 61 for the airborne side, and the regulation for the ground side, and the software and hardware standards, ED12, DO178, ED80, DO254, which are kind of linked together with the model-based development and verification standard, ED218, DO331. In the future, that's where the AI standard, this EDXXX, will come in and take over that role specifically for the AI components. I think you'll hear more about the European aviation framework and the specifics for AI tomorrow from Guillaume, as he's the main mastermind behind most of this. But I think just to point out the EUROCONTROL SAE working groups at the bottom. The idea is that the standard will come out, so for publication end of next year, but for open consultation, which is a public open consultation, so anyone can comment via our website on the standard at the end of this year. Go to it, have a look at it, have a look at the existing standards and the reports that are already out, the taxonomy that will come out in June. And if you have any comments, feel free to get back to us, and we'll take those into considerations as far as we can. Because in the end, this is expected to become a means of compliance, obviously, to the regulatory framework. And I think this is a big opportunity that we have to work together on this. Cooperation, really working together is the key word. Cooperation between R&D, the industry, and the authorities is really important so that we have a mutual understanding and common success, because we can only do things and have success if we do things together. That we're timely. We've seen the target dates and the timelines of the AI Act and the mandate. They're very, very short in terms of standardization, so that we can enable and provide means of compliance in a very timely fashion, that we have sustainable and safe design solutions and efficient compliance demonstration methods. If you would like any further information, feel free to have a look on our website, sign up to our news blog, or come see me. I'm here, I'm open for any questions, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I am Romaric Redon, and I am very, very, very happy to be with you because first of all, some words about myself. I mean, I started to work on AI 22 years ago in Airbus. AI was something very different from what it is today. And I've seen so much progress done on the technology side over these 22 years working on the topic, and AI was invented far before. That I'm very happy to be still on the topic and learning each day on what we can do and learning new things, and also bringing AI into more serious business, I must say, because what is key for us and for a lot of people that comes into Airbus to work on AI is, yeah, we do believe it is a serious business to get AI inside our aircraft, and much more serious than building a recommender system. And yeah, we like to do it, and we want to do it in the proper way. So my role is to be the lead, we call that fast track leader on artificial intelligence for Airbus. When we say Airbus, it's not only commercial aviation, it's also the other division. But for the sake of today, it's mostly commercial aviation, which we will discuss. So then we can go to the next one, which is the way. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. So yes, I mean, the starting point is definitely, I mean, thanks to the previous presenter, and thanks for hosting also the session, because I think it's very interesting. So as Airbus and as any other industrial, we will have to face both regulation. So we will have some aspect that will be on the horizontal regulation, and we will have to comply with this horizontal regulation. And we will have some aspect that will be on the vertical regulation, and we will have to comply as well. So we are trying at the moment to really understand, and we've seen different options presented by Patrick. So we are trying to understand how it will come together, and how we can, on our side, prepare some tools that we will be able to use to answer these regulations. And I'm going to give some view on what are these kind of tools. So first of all, just these are the way I describe the challenge which we have as Airbus regarding artificial intelligence. And I've put in the middle this aspect of standard and regulation, and to ensure we are compliant. And quickly, there are some links to other topics. So for us, safety first. So the first aspect is really this aspect of trustworthy, safe, and secured AI, providing capabilities for explainability, for robustness, also to build fail-safe architecture, because this is one of the merit of our industry, is whatever new technology we have, we build fail-safe architecture. And this is what we need to do also with AI. The second topic is really man-machine teaming. We need really to ensure we are in a win-win collaboration with the human, and this will be the topic for the panel tomorrow. Ethical AI is also really a concern, generally to avoid discrimination, but also to have responsible usage. So these are, in the first order, these are the impacted area. But in fact, if you look at my other topic, the regulation is going to impact all aspects. So in terms of embedding AI, the trustworthiness, the robustness, in fact, we want to showcase it on the embedded hardware. So we want really to go up to the implementation on what's going to fly on the aircraft to make sure that's going to be safe. So the aspect of embedding the AI is key. Then I will come to the aspect of the data foundation. I mean, a lot will come back to what kind of data we use to make the trustworthiness demonstration. So we need to keep the track on the data. We will also use AI productization tools, which will, I mean, we know doing machine learning is a very iterative process. So you have to have this kind of machine learning ops approach to develop your AI system. On this, it will be essential, for example, to make demonstration about the lineage, which data was used to build which model. And this will be part of the demonstration required for the to show the compliance. So you have links there. You have links to the competency globally, because you will need to prove that you have an organization which is mature enough to develop AI in the right way. Sovereignty, there are some links to that, because, yeah, linked to my topic about the line edge, and also some aspect of, I mean, if you use some cloud solution, I mean, we know we have some, I mean, we are also the discussion regarding the Cloud Act and all of that. So in terms of more data privacy topic and all of that, there are relationships to what happens depending on whether you use one or the other cloud solution, especially if you use public cloud solution. Distributed AI, there are links because in fact, distributed AI, and especially what we call privacy preserving AI, is on the one side something which is good because it provides a way to do machine learning preserving privacy. But the challenging aspect is when you use privacy preserving techniques, sometimes you do something which is less robust as a result. So you need to find good trade-off. I mean, you want both a robust system on something which is potentially preserving privacy. Frugal AI is also a big topic. And yeah, I mean, the regulation will also ask us to be more sustainable in what we do with AI. So trying to find ways to go with less data, less computing. And then the adaptable AI and toward general intelligence is somehow resonating nowadays with this topic of big, large language models, on what you can do with that, on the kind of trust you can build with this system. So just in a nutshell, because this is linked to our view of what's happening in the EUROCONTROL working group 114, which was described by Anna. And yeah, it's quite a complex topic, but just to describe the way we look at it. So in fact, what are our problems? Our first problem is to properly define the operational design domain. It's the operating domain in which we want our system to work. And when you think machine learning, it's quite different from the way we were building a system previously, because you have to define, I mean, I will go in the automotive business just to make an analogy. You want the car not to hurt a pedestrian, but what is a pedestrian? If you build a computer vision system, it's not easy to define what is a pedestrian. What the system sees is a set of pixels. So you have to find ways to define a pedestrian. A pedestrian is described by this kind of images, and to ensure that you have all images describing what is a pedestrian. And we face the same issue. So we have to find ways to define properly the operational design domain. Then we need to get the right data in terms of representativeness, completeness to cover the operational design domain. And this is done both with real data and synthetic data. So we have also to work a lot on building synthetic data generation capacities. Then we have to design our machine learning model. And the tricky part is to showcase that this model will generalize well, so that it will provide good prediction on previously unseen data. And this is the tricky topic. By the way, it's one of the topics on which EASA has launched a research project where we are also involved to really find ways to provide tools for providing generalization guarantees. So once you have your machine learning model, you need to characterize the performance on the operational design domain. You need to ensure it is robust to natural perturbation, also to adversarial attacks, because with AI, you can craft new types of attacks. So you need to make sure you're robust to this kind of attacks. You need to make sure it is stable, so that it's not too sensitive to input perturbation. And also the holy grail would be to have level of confidence, which is a very, very tricky stuff for machine learning in terms of having good level of confidence. So providing some level of uncertainty estimation. Last but not least, you are implementing your model on an embedded hardware. I mean, not always, but on some of the cases. And you need to ensure that the performance is the same. I mean, it does not make sense to do the verification and the validation on your model on ground and something else is executed on board. So you want to ensure that you have the same properties, including real-time properties in terms of execution on the hardware target, which is embedded on board. And this is an iterative process. I described it sequentially, but this is iterative on with many loops. Then we can discuss the explainability topic. So the explainability topic is seen as some kind of safeguard. You can target different audience. So it could be explainability for developers to help them to develop, for example, a more robust model. It's explainability for users and for auditors. And then the last layer, which is very important to us, is safety mitigation. So it's really to define efficient monitoring function to switch to fallback safe solution. And here I want to say, I mean, we have to invent some new things for AI, but it's not new to aviation. I mean, each time we have a new technology, we have to find ways to have fail-safe solution, fallback solution. And we do that at system level. So at system level, we engineer the system in a way that we can monitor if something is going wrong, and we can just switch to fail-safe solution. And this is what we want to do also for artificial intelligence. So just to conclude, and I think it makes the links with the previous presentation. So on our side, we have the AI Act, we have what's ongoing with Sense and LEC, we have also what's ongoing with the EUROCONTROL Working Group 114. I also wish they would simplify the title of certification approval of aeronautical safety related products implementing AI. And I've not said that there are more stuff. It always finishes with very tiny letters if you want to put it all together. So that's what we want to do, but also what we are doing as industrial is we have to invest on working with academics, because in fact, in order to have efficient explainability method, efficient method to prove the robustness of neural networks, I mean, this kind of stuff are quite new, and we are developing them through research. So Airbus is investing a lot in research with academic partners, and we have created, I mean, a dedicated institute to work on AI for certification in Toulouse, which is called ANITI. We have also DEAL, which is a project working really on this aspect of providing tools for robustness explainability. We have a program with other industries at the French level, with nuclear industry, with health industry, with automotive, to really define what we call trustworthy AI development environment. And putting all of that together, we hope we will have the right tools to answer the requirements that are coming from the regulation, and that we will be fully ready for that. And yeah, that's my main day-to-day activity in Airbus, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you would have linked to this presentation. Also on the booth, we are happy to show you some of what we do in more detail. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. We are very punctual, I think. We would like now to also open the floor to your questions. Maybe to inspire you a bit, I was worried that we would discourage you with regulatory talk, at least as far as I'm concerned. I found it very encouraging. We heard from the Commission that the regulatory framework that will be proportionate will heavily rely on standards, and Patrick has mentioned that there is this fine balance to find between horizontal and vertical standardization efforts. We heard from Anna that in our aviation sector, we have a good home for working on this with EUROCONTROL, and I think we are all looking forward to the work of Working Group 114. And then from Romaric, that industry is getting ready, and that it's important to work together in this context. So with that, if there are any questions, please raise your hand and I'll give you the floor. Please state your name and who you would like to address your question to.
Thank you so much. My name is Summer and I'm working at Peace Research Institute Oslo. I'm a PhD researcher over there working on regulatory challenges of drones. My question is towards Antoine. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly. So it's about standardization. I found it really interesting, this whole vertical horizontal standardization discussion that followed after your talk, but I'm a bit confused and
trying to understand the logic of having this layer of standardization. Of course, if things would be super simple, then us researchers would not be so relevant, I think. So I think this complexity adds to us, so adds some value to our work. But in general, I understand that, you know, this harmonized standards are really important, but then first we come up with this horizontal standard, and then we have this vertical standard. And on top of that, we have AI regulation requirements, which are also in a very, which are also prescribed in an abstract way. Because the reason why I'm asking this question is, first of all, because the logic or the benefit of having this multiplicity of standards, and also what about the emerging technologies? Throughout this day, we have been talking about aviation sector and mostly focusing on manned aviation, and then now we have unmanned aviation also, where replication of the standards which are prevalent for unmanned aviation is not so much possible. So standardization activities are happening afresh. And then with this complexity, this complex layer of standardization, how do you see it? If that makes sense, my question, please.
First, thank you for the question. Very good questions indeed. So I would first mention that the choice made in the Act, so the horizontal approach, is a political choice. It comes from a discussion with other DGs within the Commission, but also with the industry and players outside of the Commission. We really thought about the possibility also to not proposing an horizontal general approach, but ultimately after discussions, and also given the overarching natures of this specific set of technologies, which are artificial intelligence, we decided to go for this horizontal framework. Now, why standardization is done horizontally is also simply because the proposal is horizontal. So, I mean, there is no, I mean, we don't want to reopen a debate that we already had before the proposal was put in place. And so, I mean, to have like the same sort of approach, we have to go for horizontal standardizations. Also to make sure that companies will be compliant with the requirements. Now it's the approach that we have chosen, and so that's why today I really appreciate to have been invited to this forum, because that's why I believe that we need to start as soon as possible to discuss also with sector-specific standardization bodies. And yes, it's a call from our side now that we have this horizontal approach. Let's work together to make sure that what has been already produced can fit the horizontal approach. And yes, voilà.
And if I can just add to that very quickly, I completely agree with you, Antoine, but I think it's also a question of efficiency and effectiveness, because why would we as an aviation sector develop standards that are already existing in other sectors? We can learn from other sectors that have very, very similar needs to ours, banking, pharmaceutical, you know, and we have good examples where we did that in the past, cybersecurity, software, where we really benefit from this cross-pollination and the synergies that we have, and then develop only what we need specifically for our needs in addition, because obviously we have safety considerations that the pharmaceutical sector might not have, or others. So then we develop the aviation specific part in addition to that, but we make sure that at the end we offer one comprehensive set that's composed of many different standards, but one comprehensive set of standards to the industry to be able to certify the systems, components, whatever they have.
if I can add something, sorry. It happens that some industry don't work only for aeronautics. They have working for multiple domains. Well, Thales is an example, Airbus as well, but those companies, they don't want to have multiples on totally independent and inconsistent set of standards when it comes to AI. Those companies, they would prefer to have the same standards applying for, railways, aircraft, automobiles, or whatever things they're working on. So it's also a matter of consolidating the market of AI. I mean, not having too many standards describing differently the same topic. So it's quite important to have this strong baseline for AI standardization. But once again, everybody do recognize that there will be some specificities, but you should invest in the specificities, not on the common things.
Urbatak from Airbus. I'm leading autonomy strategy. I have a question from regulation perspective, and what Patrick, I think you mentioned that you have some concerns on the resources, which I share. In the scope of these AI-based algorithms, applications, whatever the outcome, have you looked at, or do you have any plan to benefit from artificial intelligence in your certification process for the AI applications that are developed? Because we might have the technology quite fast, but I fear that the certification would take time, or the traditional approach in the certification process would push it to the right. So that's my fear.
Well, that's an excellent question. I have to admit that I've been pushing some certification bodies, including accreditation bodies, to start working on what should be the certification framework, so the certificate. And the question that comes back to me is, well, when do we have the requirement? Because we will start working on the certification assessment scheme when we have the requirements, and we don't have the requirements yet. So that is a real issue, because if we wait for the standards with requirements to be developed to start working on the conformity assessment schemes, on the competencies of the certification bodies and so on, well, in 10 years, we'll still be at the same place. So we have to, and it's quite a challenge, a joint challenge, to try to work in parallel with developing the requirements, developing competencies in certification bodies, trying to figure out to develop the certification schemes in parallel of the requirements. So yeah, but that's a very good question. Yeah.
If I may quickly add on this, it's a very good question indeed, and there is already like certification bodies which are in close contact with us as well, and I mean with EASA as well. And EASA is really from the start also discussing with us to make sure that once the specificities of standardization will be discussed and will be developed, there will be a certification just following and being just behind to make sure that also certification scheme will exist as soon as possible.
Rodriguez, Munster International Airport, Germany. In the regulation you speak, or are you right overall that this will be not mandatory? But on the other hand, in a lot of regulations speak about everything was need to be state of the art. And so why not in the beginning to say, or from the beginning to say, it will be mandatory for the industry, because on the other hand will be mandatory or not?
So as I just mentioned, the requirements will be definitely mandatory, but for some of the sectors which fall under union harmonized legislations, which are mentioned in Annex 2, Section A and Section B, especially Section B, it won't be directly applicable. So I understand your questions about state of the art, and indeed it is true that these standards would need to take into account state-of-the-art technologies, and so in a way they will put requirements also on the aviation sector, for instance, directly. And that's why I mentioned the fact that it should be looked at already now, and not just think that you are not a part of the sectors which would need to comply with these requirements.
Okay, Frank Zetsche, DFS. A basic question, actually. So I haven't seen it written down or nor spoken out. So I assume the aviation sector is part of this high risk category in the AI Act. And does that apply really for both airborne, ground segments, manned, unmanned parts, or is there also differentiation somewhere?
So just to mention, maybe it was not clear. So the Act is a product-based legislations, meaning that we are not looking at sector specifically. We are looking at AI systems. But then you have also sectors which are mentioned in the annex. So yes, it could be that there will be some specific requirements for high-risk systems in both, in aviation, but also in ground aviation. I'm not.
I mean, I can give an example. I mean, at least maybe we are wrong, but in our analysis, I mean, for sure, everything that's going to fly. I mean, not everything, because we may use AI for entertainment system in some ways, and it's not going to be high risk. But for many of what we will bring linked to cockpit application, it's going to be obviously high critical. On ground, we will have also high critical stuff for sure. You have ground segment which are linked to some of the stuff that are happening of safety critical function, whatever it is for flying or even for maintenance purpose, you have some criticality. And as far as we understood, I mean, all usage of HR for all usage of AI for HR purpose, for example, on a complete different topic. But in Airbus, we do use, like in many other companies, we use we use AI in some of our HR processes. And this is considered as high risk and will fall under the horizontal regulation. For sure, in EUROCONTROL, we don't discuss this use case about what's going to happen with HR. But as Airbus, we try to look at really potentially, I mean, the requirements in terms of explainability, they will come on both from horizontal and sectorial. And hopefully we can use some of the tool to answer both requests. And this is what we try to do, to work for.
Okay, thank you. So it seems there's still a lot of work to do to really look at the individual applications and in which category and they fall and which requirements they have to fulfill. So I see quite some work ahead, I guess.
We have 2 years.
Thank you. I'm Max Bezzina from Ingenov. I do not know who to address with the question, but in terms of products, hybrid products, so finished products in which there is an ML component, which is either major or minor, combined with deterministic components, etc. How is the thought of the certification and standardization process of a finished product in terms of its components, and whether there is thought about the granularity of that and the composition of this, where to look and what is the work that is being done in that direction?
Maybe Romaric or Anna?
I mean, I can give some elements on that. I mean, you can complement Anna. I mean, at least for the sector specific, there is a plan that, as Anna presented, the new standard is going to come in between existing standard. So mostly what we are putting in place is what we call a ML constituent. And so we will have a specific certification for the ML constituent, and then you keep the same overall process. So we don't change the full process of certification of the system, but you're adding some specific task as part of your overall certification journey, I would say. And for this specific part, you will have customized aspect linked to the nature of mostly machine learning, because it's currently the main topic on which we work. So this is what I would answer. I don't know, Anna, if you want to say more.
No, I think you summarized it quite well. I think in the end, we will still have a system of different standards that will apply to any given component, right? But this specific one is going to describe the process that will need to be used for the AI or machine learning component of the system or product. So in the end, you'll have to integrate it and present a complete package in terms of the certification process that you will have to go through, I assume.
Yes, just on you, behind you. What is the status about the rest of the world? And I'm thinking specifically of the US, India, and China. Do you work with them on the regulation? Do they intend to align with what is drafted, or on the other hand, does they intend to diverge from it?
So I presume it's for the Commission and for the AI at large in that case?
Yes, indeed. So thanks for this question. Indeed, we are only part of the global sphere. So I mean, it's certain that we maintain dialogue with some of our closest partners, including the US. For what concerns AI technologies, overall, there has been lots of exchange, and it's, there is still lots of exchange with the US, mostly under the Trade and Technology Council. Now, for what concerns specifically the AI Act, yes, there is some discussion also with US delegation. I can add also that for standardization, there is also work ongoing at international level, and we as the Commission are also involved in this work going on at international level to make sure that what is developed at international level also fulfill the what we could call European specificities also as well. So broadly speaking, we are constantly discussing with major partners, such as as it was mentioned, the US.
And also on the standardization side, I mean, in terms of the working group setup, we have a joint activity with SAE, which already gives us quite a broad coverage of the worldwide industry. SE being mainly Northern American, but we have in the working group. So the FAA is for sure involved in the working group. We have Japanese, we have the JCAP, so the authority. We have lots of industry. We have Korean industry associations in the working group, and some of them are really active and really contributing. So I think this is something where this international cohesion will also be built. In addition, we also have a link to the ISO level, so the International Standards Organization level. So where we really try to build this, we're definitely not trying to build European or two European specific standards, because in the end aviation is a global business, and we don't want a standard in Europe that might not be compatible with the rest of the world. So if there are any specificities that we need to cover, of course we will, or we can, but in the end we're aiming for a globally applicable standard.
Yes, I want to finish on the JTC 21. On the JTC 21 side, you may have noticed that we rely very much on ISO IEC standards for our program, especially the terminology and concept parts. Plus, within JTC 21, we have observers from Japan. And I think we will be expecting other observers on the longer term because of this harmonized standards development. But our intention is to be as much as possible international. And of course, we may have some European specificities. Not sure exactly how broad this is going to be, but if we could have the most part international, it would be good for everybody, I believe.
Just one comment on our side as Airbus. I mean, we wish we have something that will be internationally applicable for sure. After we have to acknowledge, and I can say it because Guillaume is not with us, and he will be with us today. I mean, EASA is definitely a front runner on this topic. They have invested a lot of energy and made really good progress in terms of anticipating the challenges, also working closely with academics. With FAA, it's more something they are building right now at this point in time. But yeah, for us, we look at a good balance between potentially Europe and the other region of the world, because of course we would like the standards to be internationally recognized and the means of compliance to be the same to use for every authority. So that's pretty much, and I think we are on track, honestly, at least for the sectorial part.
I still need to add something on this, because this is all very well stated that we want to go, and it's the standardization principle to go international first. But here, I just want to stress the fact that AI technologies also touch upon questions relating to fundamental rights. And here, the Commission really keep the rights in the end to recognize only standards which would give us enough security to make sure that fundamental rights are respected. So I just need to put this small caveat here. At the end, yes, to go international first, but we should make sure that this is also aligned with the European values.
Thank you. Is there a last burning question, or can we close here? I've been told that it's been a long day. There is one more. Okay.
Nice try.
Well, I don't know who was first, so over there. So I have a gentleman behind me.
Okay, thank you very much. Hartmut Hemke, German Aerospace Center. Though, just to avoid misunderstanding, so I have just questions, I have no answers. Or maybe you understand also my remarks, maybe as some point for the beer tonight, or maybe for stronger things. So what is now the motivation of all this standardization and certification just now? Will it help to bring it into the aircraft? Yeah, maybe. Will it bring something into the ops room? I don't know. Will it help, or that we have some post-analysis or already with artificial intelligence tools? And what is now new with respect to 1990? Yeah, I think at that time we already had artificial intelligence. Maybe at that time, the most thing we could imagine is that we can have a chess player winning, or that the computer is beating the championship. But yeah, what is now different? Yeah, think about that maybe now we have no definition anymore of artificial intelligence. Is that the new thing? At that time we had the Turing test. Okay, everybody agrees on the Turing test is not a definition anymore of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
On my side, I'm happy to start to answer. Indeed, I mean, AI is not a new topic. And if you think about expert system, rule-based system, they are there for a long time, and they have been used in some application for aviation. So the main challenge is really the machine learning part, and especially even in the machine learning at the moment in the standard, we are working on trying also to define different categories linked to what we call the dimensionality. So both the dimensionality of the input space, because in fact, if you do machine learning and you are on time series data, sensor data, this is what we call small dimension. It's still quite easy to define the operational design domain. So this is what we call low dimensional input space. If you are with computer vision, natural language processing, which really is more something new in terms of really, I mean, here we are with high dimensional space. And for this, also when we do computer vision on natural language processing, we generally also use more deep learning, so deep neural networks. And these deep neural networks, they also are far more nonlinear than anything else we've used so far, because they are built on purpose to be extremely nonlinear. And this is new. I mean, compared to 20 years ago, I mean, these deep neural networks applied for computer vision and natural language processing, for example, this is really new. On the one side, they are extremely powerful and performant. And on the other side, then the question is, oh, you can trust the result of these models. And this is also the topic of trustworthy AI and why the regulation is coming into place. So that would be my answer. I'm happy for colleagues to complement.
Well, I believe this is also about the risk that is taken by organization when they sell a product. If you sell an aircraft that is relying on AI and you have a crash, then you will be held accountable. So you will have to explain things, and you can't explain why such a given component has behaved a certain way. Well, then that's poor design job. So I believe that we need to define exactly what is explainability. For example, in some cases, what is accuracy? You have to clarify everything in order to build to manage risk and to build confidence in the product.
Maybe just I realize in fact I don't know how many people are really knowledgeable about the principle about machine learning. I'm assuming most of the audience is familiar with it, but I just want to make something clear: is machine learning is the code is generated by the learning process, and this is what completely changed the topic. So it means these are no more rules which are written by humans. So you can no more go ensuring the trust by making sure that the code which has been written is the right one. The code is written by an algorithm. It's learned by the system. And that's the big stuff about the topic. So since the code is generated by a machine, learning from data, all the code topics comes about the black box effect and thinking about regulating what's coming from that.
A clarification: the machine don't produce code. The machine produce ideas on response like a black box, but the machine don't write really the code if you don't make the guide. This is a little clarification.
Yeah, it's a simplification. I agreed, but you cannot go with an approach to ensure that the code was implemented in somehow the right way from the spec, from the specification. I mean, the approach for certification was you ensure you have the right requirements, and then you verify that the code is doing what it was supposed to be doing. On this aspect is this paradigm is changed with machine learning, because the code is no more written. I mean, the code you use to train your model, this is coding, but ultimately the weights of your neural network and all of that, it's coming through the learning process. So that's why we are working on all these trustworthy AI methods to ensure that we can still prove some properties and we can provide guarantees even when we use machine learning.
I'm sorry, I'm told that we ran out of time. I would suggest that we use the networking opportunities for follow-up questions. Please allow me to thank the courageous and brilliant speakers with a little bit of an applause. And then I would like to also hand over to Tony, who has some further announcement.
Thank you, Alain. Just 30 seconds with some boring admin announcements. So after a fantastic day, so we have the fantastic networking cocktail that is waiting for us. Tomorrow we start at 9. We plan to go until 1 in 2 sessions, and then we have lunch, and then the exhibitions and the stands will still be there. We plan to dismantle them only at 4 o'clock. Now we have buses in the morning. You have received all the details about the buses in the email that was sent by you, but the bus in the morning 7:30 in the center Brussels to arrive here. If you don't remember where is the bus, just go and contact the organizer. So Guido and Daria outside will know where the buses are. It's much simpler when you take the bus here to take it to the center, but where you find the bus in the center might not be as simple. And tomorrow afternoon we will have 2 buses going to the airport, one at 14:30 and one at 1600. With that said, reminder, 1800 and 1900 tonight, buses to the center, and outside the drinks and the cocktail. And on behalf of Alain, Paul, and myself, we thank you for a great day, great conversation. Let's keep conversation going. Thank you, and see you outside or tomorrow at 9.